Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of RollerCoaster Tycoon Deluxe and we'll be continuing Icarus Park, which was a very crazy level we have started last stream. And I have been trying to be creative on it. It hasn't been easy because it took me some hours until finally coming up with good ideas for us to be putting on the level. But let's see how it goes today since we have started some ideas already. Let's see if we can also change some of those ideas and develop them more. Although, if I'm not mistaken, I will need to wait a little bit until I can get more money in the level because we did a lot of landscaping and the landscaping cost a lot of money. So probably I will need to wait a little bit now that I have a coaster and see if it can give me the money that I need to continue making it larger and bigger, right? But in the meantime, I will try to think on new ideas and I will try to still be creative on that level. The reason why I'm giving myself that opportunity to try something different is because this level is timeless, so we don't need to be worried about the time we have to beat the objective. And the objective is also kinda okay, or like it's not too hard or too challenging. It's just regarding the tickets from the rides. We gotta get an income from the rides or from the ride tickets of like 10,000 per month or something. It's not that bad. So, yes, I decided to take my time on this one level and see how much craziness we can add to it. Because it was a very different level. You guys will see it once I load it. Let me do it already since I'll need to wait for money, so yeah. But after I saw it, I was like, okay, I gotta do something crazy because it's what the game is asking me to do. Maybe I'm still not going too crazy, or I couldn't really do some of the things I was thinking, because this level has a lot of water. Okay, that it is. It does look cool though. But as you can see, this level has a lot of water, so my initial ideas were more related to like doing something on land. Not only that, but also the land we have is kinda irregular. But yes, we'll see what we can do today. I also wanted to complete this coaster, but like I said, I need more money. I want to make the second part of it just like the first, which has all of those spirals. But in order for me to do that, I'll need to wait for some days or for some months before I can have the cash to do that. But in the meantime, let me remember what I have done and what I can do. We have played some rides on water basically, or on the center of it. I forgot about this raft ride. It goes around the whole center. Then we have the wave-ish paths that connect the entrance to the first island. I should rework on this food plaza at some point because now it's looking very normal or not very interesting. Then I also have two stalls next to the entrance. I have the balloon stall and I have the seafood stall. Wait, look at this! I did not finish the connection to the raft ride, so that means that nobody has been using it. Thank goodness I just saw that. Now we can finally have some more income in here, right? Also, hey Electro, how are you, man? Yes, I was hoping you could see this level, you and Emily, although Emily has been missing for some time because she has been busy on Saturdays in general. But look at this level, man. This is a very wacky level and I was like, let's go crazy here too, right? So, surprisingly, this craziness worked, this coaster worked. It gets very slow in the end, but I don't care. It actually has some good stats even. That's not bad right there, especially considering... Look at that! You see how slow and somewhat boring looking it is when it's working? But the results are great. But I will even change it later. I'm just waiting for me to get more money from it. So I can make this section that's like a straight line, waveish like the other one. And then maybe it can get even more exciting, I'm hoping. Another thing that I'll see if I can build in here at some point is a transport ride. I think that a transport ride that goes on the paths will look great, just like those supports right there of that coaster, right? I will change those supports later because once I build this spiral path or this like spiral course for the coaster, I will put it a little bit more to the left, like after the path, just like this in this section. But I really liked how the pillars right there are looking great on the path. Yes, it took me some time to finally start doing something like that. We started this level with the idea of placing the rides above the water level. There is even a path there, but it's hard to see it because of the wavy path plus the raft ride, but there is a path right there. Yeah, you see, there is something down there where people can enter the rides and everything. It's just hard to see it now. I was also trying to think, before starting the stream, on some sort of water fountain or water mountain, if that makes any sense, idea in here as well. Maybe a water pyramid. I don't know if it's going to look cool or not, but I was also thinking on something like that for me to be testing. But first I need to wait until I get more money, because landscaping is expensive and I got every cash from the bank so far, so... Let me check what am I going to get. Oh yes, I stopped the research, that's true. Oh, never mind, it is on minimum. I thought I stopped it. But we last got the go-karts. I also think I have the maze in here and the ghost. Yes, I have the maze, the ghost. I have the spiral slide, the bumper cars even. Last level we built one of our few ghost trains ever. I don't think I'll go for that tonight, because it is a lot of work. It is quite dangerous because some crashes happened when I was building the last one. So I think I will pass on this ride today. I also need to think, or like I need to decide, where am I continuing the freaking gentle and trail rides, because I don't know if I will build them on land. I don't know if I will continue building them on the ocean. I'll need to decide that as well, right? And Electro, as I was starting this level last time, I realized how tough it is for people to really go for thematic levels. Like, it is a lot of work. You kinda commit a lot of mistakes when you are landscaping, you know? It is complicated, so... Big respect for those that play this game with like lots of customization and everything, because it is very hard. I just noticed that I need to place some litter bins on this second path right here. Which, by the way, the second path is lower than the first, in case you haven't noticed that. So that was, for example, one of my mistakes. But I decided to keep it. But yeah, this is lower than this one. Yeah, definitely, you barely did any scenery when playing the scenarios. I agree, man, it is a lot of work. Not that we have the chance to do this on every scenario as well, in case you are looking for the objective completion. But in this level we can because it's timeless, so it doesn't matter how much work you put on it, you can still work on the part and beat the objective without a rush. But even if you don't go for the objective completion on the scenarios, it is hard, like coming up with ideas, the landscaping, the rides you get, and then building them in a nice or different and creative way. It is complicated, but it looks great in the end. Also, hi Victor, how are you, man? How's the weather in there now? Is it any colder or at least not too hot like last week? I think I will also change that right there later because it doesn't look good. You see the, let's say, bad landscaping right there. Maybe we should do that now. I mean, this is a little bit better, but I don't know what to do on the other side. So it's not as hot now? Thank goodness, man. You were having some crazy high temperatures that remind me of summertime in Rio. It's still warm but more manageable. Thank goodness. I'm happy to hear those news. And how was your week? Are you still playing Perfect Dark? Today I was watching a video about curiosities of some Nintendo 64 games, and I was eating my lunch during the video, so maybe I should have paid a little bit more attention during it. But if I'm not mistaken, they said something about Banjo-Kazooie that I had no idea. And they said that initially, Banjo-Kazooie was a Nintendo game. So basically, even though Rare was who developed them, they came up with Banjo-Kazooie for Nintendo to be the platform for it, you know? While the other games like GoldenEye, 007, and Perfect Dark, even some other Rare games, they were kind of made for other platforms in mind, but they ended up going for Nintendo. Although now I can't remember if they were also released to other platforms like PlayStation 1, but I don't think they were. Although Banjo-Kazooie was since the beginning planned to be a game for Nintendo, and it seems that Nintendo was the owner of it, like, you know, the rights of the characters, I believe, according to the video. I should actually have paid more attention, but I understood that Nintendo was like the owner of Banjo-Kazooie, just like Mario, Donkey Kong, and everybody. Although at some point, for some reason, Nintendo gave Banjo-Kazooie back to Rare. I'm not sure why. And then Microsoft eventually bought it together when buying Rare, right? But I didn't know that Nintendo used to be the owner of Banjo-Kazooie at first. It's actually been really nice weather for the last few days. In here I can't complain as well. In here it's been a good start for winter. It hasn't been either too cold or too hot. In the beginning of the week it was a little bit coldish, but now it's getting warmer. And yesterday I even went to the beach to get my vitamin D back and to take a walk as well. So this has been a good time for the weather in Brazil. Unfortunately, you have been too busy to enjoy it fully. I can understand that, yeah. Your weeks have been pretty good, that's great. And then you have been playing Star Fox and Tetris. I was giving you a curious fact about Banjo-Kazooie. I have a curious fact about Tetris that I learned this week as well. I was saving to say that when Ultros was around, because Ultros has been playing Tetris a lot lately. But Victor, do you know some dark truths and like some dark facts about Tetris in the past? Do you know anything about that? I didn't, but yesterday on my YouTube feed, I followed this one YouTuber called The Gamer from Mars, and he does a lot of documentaries, not documentaries, but like, documentary style videos about crazy things that happen and messed up things as well, mostly on YouTube or on games. It can be pretty much about anything. And yesterday he talked about some dark truths about Tetris. And then I was wanting to share that with Ultras as well. When they made Banjo-Kazooie, they only made Nintendo games, I think. You thought that Rare owned all of their IPs? Me too, but according to what I understood, or maybe I can go back to the video to check that again, but it seems that Banjo-Kazooie used to be Nintendo's property. I mean, Rare did it, but Nintendo was the right owner. And then Nintendo, I don't know why, gave it to Rare. And then Microsoft came and got everything. Some of the Kong characters are owned by Rare. I think you are right about that. That was one of the reasons why we had to wait so long for King K. Rool, for example, to show up on Smash Brothers, because if they were Nintendo's property, I believe that process could have happened way faster than that. Yeah, now it's Microsoft. So Victor, did you know that one of the co-founders of Tetris, like the game, he actually committed a double murder of his family and his suicide. He committed suicide afterwards. So I was hearing about that crazy story. It's because he kind of created a company that had a lot of problems. It was not being profitable for him anymore, and I believe that the other person that was the creator of Tetris together with him, he kind of left that company and created a third company or another company where they could become more successful. And then this one guy stayed on the previous company, but sadly it was a failure, or it could not be profitable. And then I don't know why, or I don't know if there were other reasons why, he eventually decided to end up his life, but also end up his own family's lives. So yeah, there is this dark stain on the Tetris history that I had no idea about. I think they also own Grumpy Kong. I don't know who's Grumpy Kong, which is funny since canonically it's the origin. Oh! I never knew he had that name. Yeah, Victor, it is very awful, isn't it? A game like Tetris that you can only imagine great things behind it because of how powerful to the gaming industry it really was. But yeah, it seems that one of the co-founders, I don't know, he probably couldn't handle the pressure of having a not successful company, and maybe the debts, and then he did that to him and his life. I believe that Ultros probably also don't know about that, but as Ultros is a big Tetris fan as well, I will tell him about that story. So thankfully we are getting some cash in here. Maybe I should consider going for the changes right now. You know what, let's wait a little bit more. Let's get to 5,000 and then I will make the changes. Oh, you meant Cranky Kong. Okay, I have heard of Cranky Kong. Cranky Kong is the grandpa from the Donkey Kong Country games, right? Yeah, Cranky Kong he's very popular, or like, I don't know who he is. And I think I heard that before, yeah, he used to be the original Donkey Kong. When you heard it out loud, you realized Grumpy sounded wrong, so I had to look it up. Grumpy sounds a little bit like, I don't know, Grunty Industries, or Grunty from Banjo-Kazooie as well. Maybe you were mixing up the games a little bit. Which, by the way, I miss playing those games so much. I'm noticing that my computer is getting lots of ants. There is one on my monitor right now. So speaking of Tetris, your high score now is just over 420k. How was it before? I don't have, let's say, a database of like uh, how good or bad are those scores. You know, it sounds great, but I don't know how was your progression or like what is the record. Maybe Ultras could like give you a, I don't know, a more proper react, right, or reaction, because I have no idea. I think the words grumpy and cranky have similar meanings. That's true. Although grumpy to me sounds a little bit. Mm, to me at least, they have a little bit of a difference on the meaning. Not like 100% equal, but I can be wrong because English is not my first language. Grumpy to me sounds, I don't know, someone that's, let's say, a little bit stressful or stressed when dealing with situations. Like it's someone hard to deal with. While cranky to me sounds someone that's a little bit crazy. But maybe it's just my imagination or just how I got to learn those words. But in general, they both can go to a somewhat um, hard to deal person, right, or character. So let's see. Victor's previous score was 314,000 and 341. Victor, what the heck is that high score, man? I know you are a big fan of the pi number, but you really had to go for those numbers in there in your previous score as well? Come on, man. It was your oldest high score, and then now the record is actually the max, like 999,999, which is the highest possible. Man. Okay, that makes sense, right? I wonder how many people could get to the maximum score ever. Victor, have you played the Tetris 99? I don't know if you have the online service for the Switch, but I wonder if you have ever tried it. Ultras has tried it once. I wish I could try it, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't win. It's been many years since I used to play Tetris. I used to play some Tetris games that they were more like a battle Tetris game. I know that when you play Tetris multiplayer, you normally send trash blocks to the opponent, but on this one game that I used to play as a kid, you used to use bombs as well. There were some crazy bombs that could like change your opponent's game like completely, or you could even use the S bomb to switch your your game to your opponent's game. It used to be so funny. Like you see that you got that bomb to use, and then you kind of mess your whole game completely. Give it to your friend, and then your friend's like, "Ha ha ha, take that." And then your friend would need to like solve your issue, like the issue you created for him, or use a bomb that clears the lines, or even a reset bomb that existed in that game too. I'm talking about a game called Block Tricks. Block Tricks was a very simple game of Tetris, but I used to play it a lot. I wish more crazy games like that could exist. Today I see a lot of traditional formulas for Tetris, and then like when there is a multiplayer, normally it's just about adding trash lines to your opponent. Block Trees had that too, but it also had those other bombs and other craziness that could happen. I miss more, I don't know, wild Tetris games like that. So both more or less describe someone who's whiny, I think. Grumpy is for old farts and cranky is for the babies. Seriously? I would imagine that cranky is for someone that's old as well, but you haven't. I think it would be too stressful for you. And that's funny that you were saying that. There are some games that they either have like the intensity of many people playing it together, like a battle royale of Tetris 99, or like games that demand a very quick reaction on your part and also your, let's say, friend or the other person that's playing it with you. I'm saying that because this last week, not the current week, like last week, Epic Games was giving away Overcooked 2, which was a game that I always wanted to try playing someday, or I was really looking forward to it. And I was telling all of my friends about it, like, come on, it's for free, don't miss it out, and everything. And then I realized that some people were like, I can't play that game because it's going to make me very stressed. And I thought it was funny because I think the point of that game is to kind of make you stressed out because of like the complications you find in the levels while dealing with the kitchen, and then like all of the unexpected situations, and then the cooperation with a friend, and then your friend is not doing the same thing as you are. But those games have the stress as the fun of them. So it was funny to see that some people could really take that stress seriously to really not experience the fun of them. So I can understand you because like some people, like this one friend I recommended, Overcooked 2, they do have this like block to like enjoy such games. But I think that it's a bit sad because the fun of the game is actually to get stressed out, but like not to take it too seriously, right? That's at least what you associate with those words with, or it's what you associate those words with. Doesn't mean that that's the actual meanings. I get it, man. Yeah. So, would you ever try a game like Overcooked 2, Victor? I'm guessing now not, right? Because it could also be a bit stressful. In my case, I think I would actually have fun by seeing the mistakes or the disorganization and like the madness that's going on in the levels. Maybe with some time, depending on how brutal that game really is, I could get stressed for real or salty. But in general, I think it's like the craziness that makes it fun. Just like some Mario Party games, for example. Or even Mario Kart, like Mario Sport games means that, right? So now we have 1,500 of ride tickets income per month. It's far from the objective, but that's okay. I'm still waiting for 5,000 and then I'll work again on this coaster. You don't think so? Maybe if I'm playing with a friend but not the game for itself, or not for the game itself, I see. It's not something you would look forward to play, right? But like, it's not impossible. If there is a good opportunity, then you would also help a friend to play it. Yeah. I'm also thinking on other somewhat stressful games that demand a lot of multiplayer or demand a cooperation. For example, League of Legends. League of Legends is actually a game that I can't see myself playing at all. First of all, because it's a strategy, I still need to play more games strategy related so I can, I don't know, appreciate the genre more because so far it's not really my thing. But people do get stressed a lot in a game like League of Legends. They take it too seriously. And it's funny that people know it's getting toxic, but they keep on playing because it's addictive. So go understand people, right? But yeah, if only people could not take that game that seriously, maybe it could have been way more fun. And speaking of which, we are getting the Pokemon version of League of Legends very soon because some servers in Japan have been doing some beta testing of Pokemon Unite. So I do hope that Pokemon Unite at least becomes less stressful for the players or less toxic to the players like League of Legends is. So Victor, besides Perfect Dark, Mario Party 3, and now you also mentioned Star Fox, which other 64 games could you be looking forward to be playing? Uh, Maybe for the first time, or like you're still looking for the cartridge? Do you have any titles on mind? People get different things from different games. Many people play League of Legends as an esport. Yeah, that's true. And then the competitive scenario of it, maybe that's also another point. Like, at least from people that I have seen playing it, many of them were very competitive people. So when they disagree with other decisions, like decisions of other people that are in their team or something, they really rage or like they get extremely aggressive or they start becoming toxic. But maybe there are people that know how to play that game so well that not only they are prepared, let's say technically for the game because of their knowledge of the game, but also mentally, because maybe you do need to deal with the mistakes of others, you need to deal with the unexpected, you need to deal with like your opponent being very skilled, and then in order for you to not not necessarily lose it out or feel that bad energy from the game, you do need to have some good balance mentally and technically speaking. So I believe that those people that were saying that play it for an esport, they probably have a lot of intelligence on their emotions and of course on the game itself. But what I see a lot are people that are not intelligent on their emotions when they are playing the game. So they really stress out, they lose it out, or they can't control their feelings. And you, the more you, uh, the more you let the game get to you, I would say the worse your decisions or your decision making process will be on that game. Victor is listing Mario Party 3, Conquer. I forgot about Conquer. And then maybe Donkey Kong 64. Have you ever tried Donkey Kong 64 or never? Donkey Kong 64 is good, but after playing Banjo, I prefer Banjo way more. But I can give it a discount because Banjo came later, right? If I'm not mistaken, Banjo came later, so basically they could test the formula with Donkey Kong 64 and then improve the formula with Banjo. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, at least to me, it feels like Banjo came later or after Donkey Kong 64. Wait, is it the opposite? I mean, it could be the opposite because Donkey Kong 64 came with that Humble Pack as well, right? Maybe they needed some time to work on the Rumble Pack. Victor, I think so. Donkey Kong 64 is a good game as well, but I don't know. Banjo has more magic to it, at least to me. You do think that Banjo-Kazooie came before? That's funny because to me, Donkey Kong 64 sounds more simple than Banjo, so I would imagine that they had more time to develop Banjo than Donkey Kong 64. Oh, we got to 5,000 in the park. So Banjo-Kazooie was out in 1998. By the way, Electro, have you played some of those Nintendo 64 games we are talking about in here? I wonder if you also have some games in common with us besides RollerCoaster Tycoon as a kid. Then Donkey Kong 64. Oh yeah, Banjo came out first. Donkey Kong 64 came on the next year, 1999. But I don't know, I still think that Banjo is a bit superior than Donkey Kong. Banjo-Kazooie was a year or two depending on which sources you trust before Donkey Kong 64. Electro have not gotten to play any Nintendo 64 games. So were your like childhood only on the PC games, or have you played another console? Maybe a Super Nintendo, maybe a PlayStation? I'm now curious to know which games you played like as a kid. But you played Pokemon, there we go. I mostly played Pokemon Gen 1 to 3 while growing up. Yeah, Pokemon has been with me since then as well. And with Victor, but Victor stopped earlier. Victor stopped at Gen 2. Today I was even watching a video of a YouTuber that he was listing his games that he played the most in his life, and he of course brought up Pokemon Crystal. But in my case, I think the Pokemon game I played the most in my life was probably Pokemon Y. Yes, I played Pokemon Y for many hours. It's like months. I played it for a month in my life. And then you played some other games like Age of Empires. I never played Age of Empires. But speaking of which, I believe they are working on a new title for the series. I can't remember if it was like a new or older announcement. But by new I mean like on this E3 they announced or said something about Age of Empires, I think so, now that I'm thinking about it. But I never played it, yeah. And then Age of Mythology, I also haven't played that one. Zoo Tycoon, right? Zoo Tycoon I have heard of, but I'm not sure. No, I probably haven't played it. Yeah, I was also thinking on a friend of mine that introduced PC games to me, especially RollerCoaster Tycoon and The Sims, but also Worms Armageddon. But I don't remember him showing me Zoo Tycoon. But he showed me another theme park game, which I believe was, that's the one, like, theme park. Yeah. You had the Game Boy Advance, did you? I also had one, but sadly it got broken and then I sold it. And then no consoles besides your dad's NES once in a while. Your mother didn't want you to be addicted to video games? But thankfully you could find a way on PC games, right? Look at me now, Mom, there we go. You think I would like Zoo Tycoon? Is it on Steam or something? I could try checking it out. I also think I would like that. I do want to try some other simulation games from the past, like Theme Park as well. Victor played Gen 3 too? Oh really? When it came out, and have tried it a couple of times since, but never liked it as much as 1 and 2. The same with me, man. Gen 3 used to be it is still one of my least favorite Pokemon games, although the more I look at it and the more I see people playing it, the more I play it as well, the more I like it. So it got better on my rankings today than in the previous years. But also because the Pokemon Company has been releasing some very shitty Pokemon games lately, right? For example, Sword and Shield, I haven't played it, but it's like at the bottom of the list right now because I couldn't feel the hype for it after the changes they have done to the game or to the franchise. But then Sun and Moon, I played it, but it was not that great to keep it up. Like, it was great at first, but then after some time I got tired of it. Gen 5, I could not really enjoy Gen 5 that much, but I do understand what people say that Gen 5 has on its that makes it great, especially its plot. But for some weird reason, once I played it, it felt like a copy of Pokemon or some other Pokemon games, and then it uh, didn't go well when I was playing it. Especially the sequel, like Black and White 2 was so bad for me to finish it. I don't know. I couldn't see that game as a fresh and you know something very unique to the franchise. It felt like a copy. It felt like something was missing, some magic was missing. And then once I had that impression, it kind of stayed with me, so. But today, probably I would prefer Black and White over Sword and Shield still. But Electro, do you know if it is on Steam or anywhere I could try checking it out? Okay, let me work on the coaster now. But also speaking of old games that we played as kids, this week was the 30th anniversary of Sonic. And I played a lot of Sonic as a kid. And Sonic and Knuckles being my favorite still today. Speaking of which, or speaking of Sonic, don't forget that Sonic Mania has been free right now on this week on Epic Games, together with Horizon Chase Turbo, which is a spiritual successor of another game that's part of my childhood, Top Gear for the Super Nintendo. So this week on Epic Games freebies, it's been a great one. But yeah, it was the 30th anniversary of Sonic. I still gotta check the orchestra they came up with. Gabriel posted the link of it on Discord, but I still haven't watched it. If I have to guess, I would say that Victor has not played Sonic, but I wonder if Victor has some interest on Sonic music, but maybe not as well. So I do need to finish this barrel roll. Oh, maybe I should go... That's true. Yes, the Nintendo 64 turned 25 years old this week as well. I remember seeing that on Twitter. And then some people were posting pictures of their favorite Nintendo 64 games. I think I have said this before, but if I take out my nostalgia glasses, I do think that Banjo-Kazooie is a better game than Mario 64, but some people may disagree with me hard. But especially Banjo-Tooie. Banjo-Tooie to me is one of the best games out in the Nintendo 64. Maybe the reason why I can change my, let's say, nostalgic opinion of Mario 64 not being my favorite platformer of the Nintendo 64 is because the Banjo games also give me nostalgia, but it's like a different one. Mario 64 gives me a nostalgic feeling of when the Nintendo 64 was starting to be a thing, and then, everything was very fresh and new. But I always struggle to kind of play the whole game by myself. I could only play it like slowly or play a level for a couple hours, and then I had to go back to the rental store to play it again. Or when I was visiting a friend, because I didn't used to have. I actually have never have. Wait, I have never had a Nintendo 64 myself. So every time I was playing those games, I kind of had to be with somebody that had the console, or go to the rental store. And then what happened to me and Banjo was that after some years, I learned about emulation, and then I could play it by my own. But of course, I tested before in the rental store as well. But I have memories of the Banjo games that are connected to some school breaks or summer times in my childhood that I could really experience the games by their whole, right? I could like play them from start to end. I did that with Mario 64 as well, but I don't know, Banjo felt something greater to me. Also, hey Pilot, how are you, man? Although Victor disagrees, I know people would disagree. I think it's when I was saying that I was taking out my nostalgia glasses, I lied because Banjo also has a nostalgia to me, but it's different. It's like a nostalgia of summer. It's a nostalgia of, I don't know, my teenager days. While Mario is a bit on the core of, like, the release of Nintendo 64 that I didn't have, and then I couldn't really experience the game a lot because I had to be visiting a friend or going to the rental store. But then once I played the Banjo games, I could like go all in. I could put myself all in into the game and then play it from beginning to the end. And then the journey was great, it was not interrupted. Capitalism hype! This theme park will never fall to communism. You see that this is capitalism because, man, this is the industry of Fanta. This is where you buy your orange Fanta on your grocery store. It comes from this park that I'm building right here. And not only that, as you can see, I'm promoting the bacon consumption with my coaster, as its colors are bacon related. So this is all planned, like the circus right there is also orange and dark red. And everything in here is to make people to buy products that are normally unhealthy and to, of course, achieve profit. But Pilot, how are you doing, man? The nostalgia glasses, isn't it funny when you compare two different nostalgia glasses? With them on, Final Fantasy VII is the best Final Fantasy and Xenogears is the best video game ever. I see, so if you take your nostalgia glasses out, you would say that Xenogears loses to Final Fantasy VII because of quality? Which I can also understand a little bit, because like Xenogears had that problem at the end of it, that it was rushed. So it's, it lags a little bit on the end of it, or in the end of it. But Xenogears definitely has some very strong points to it, especially its plot. I still cannot believe how mind-blowing that plot was to me. So apparently the only ways for you to find Zoo Tycoon 1 is the physical copy on Amazon or pirated ROMs. Yeah, probably I will need to go after the second option. But that said, like, why don't they release the OG games on Steam or something? I would guess it would be there, but that's sad. Maybe it's because of like patching it to new computers or something, but come on, we can work it out. We have technology to do that as well, right? So without your nostalgia glasses, Final Fantasy VII ranks well below... Oh, that's true, your favorite is 9. Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 6. And then Xenogears is still great, but not the best game ever. Do you think that if they could finish that final part of Xenogears without rushing and without the Disc 2 problems, do you think that it would beat the other games you mentioned? If like nothing else other than the rush was solved. By nothing else, I mean like not upgrading the graphics you already got, the mechanics you already got. No, I'm just saying that if that storytelling could become a real game instead of like just storytelling, if that could make it enough for you to say that Xenogears was your like best game ever made. How can I do this crazy loop again? Oh, it's like this, right? There we go. But then how did I do that in here? This was very crazy, this combination of loops and spirals I did. I can't copy it. So if a complete Xenogears came out, it would at least be in the competition for the top slot. You are not sure if it would win, but at least in the competition. Interesting, so you do really love Final Fantasy IX. And 6 as well. I was wondering if you could say for sure like, no, Xenogears would be the best game out there. Electro, by the way, do you know what is this? The launched lift hill? I remember being lost when I saw that on this option last weekend. Is it going to give me speed or something? Because if it's that, then this is awesome. So compared to just Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy VI, yes, Xenogears wins already. Oh, okay. But you meant against every game you have played. Wait a minute right there. You have other favorites that I'm not aware of or that I can't remember? What are your other favorites? I mean, Xenoblade should be there. Because you do like Xenoblade 2, right? Maybe you like one of those crazy shooters like Halo or something? But I can't go too far with your list. Like, what are your other favorites other than those Final Fantasy games and Xenogears? So the launched lift hills are crazy. Oh, they are boosters then. They are strong boosters while also getting potential energy. I think I will test that out then, if there is a way for me to do that. Yeah, that's the problem. I can't do it right there. But if that's going to give me some speed, I think that could be good, right? Oh, look at this! We did a. Oh my god, we did like a funnel or something? I'm keeping that. And then maybe now I can use the... Oh! Okay, that's the barrel roll? No, 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 try the... Oh, I can't because I'm too close to the spirals. I still can't use the corkscrews. Okay, go straight ahead. Then see if I can go up. I could go up and then I use a booster. And then do I need to go like... Oh, I'm past it. Okay, this is good. I will see what happens with a single booster. And then if I need more, I add more, right? Hey Subaru, how are you, man? So if I really wanna copy the other side, I should continue going with the barrel rolls. You missed any response? I was just curious to know which other games are your favorites other than Final Fantasies and Xenogears, because you were saying that like against every game you have played, it sounded like you have other ones that are like big names on your top charts. And then I was thinking, could they be Halo or maybe Xenoblade? You had to help the fiancé preparing something for a birthday party. Oh, is it somebody's birthday there? Oh, by the way, I have a polemic talk to have with you all later. Yeah, I was watching a cooking stream yesterday from a Brazilian streamer, and the conversation was about all sorts of dishes, and it had a moment of pizza talking. And I got to learn an opinion, or I got to hear an opinion of pizzas in the US that surprised me a lot. I'm doing alright, Subaru. We are trying to upgrade that coaster from last time here. Right now, I believe only Electro is from the US right here, or at least that's active on the chat. But I used to think that the pizzas in the US would be fantastic. Like, from the pictures I see, from the talks I have in here and everything. I think I finally heard a bad opinion about pizzas in there. Of course, it's like general. It means that probably she went to a bad pizzeria or like to a bad place, or like not every place will be like that. But she said some things that surprised me a lot, and the one that got the most of my attention was that there are places that they will give you butter with your pizza. And what do you guys think about that? Is that for real? Like, there are pizzerias that could give you butter with your pizza? Or was she completely unlucky to visit such a place? Because that sounded terrifying to me. When I say that in Brazil we have like boiled eggs on pizzas, it's terrifying to some of you, but butter on pizza to me is also like, what? This is not a bread. So, I don't know, I felt a bit weird about that. She said that they gave butter, or they offered butter for her to use on her pizza, and then I'm like, what? So it's the birthday of one of her friends from the circus school. The circus school? Like, circus like that one? By the way, I do miss going to a birthday party, especially going there to eat, of course. to eat some treats and delicious snacks. But yeah, have you guys ever heard of butter on pizza? Because I was a bit shocked. I was like, yeah, pizza in the US sounds like a good idea, right? And then suddenly I hear an opposite opinion. She was like, no, it's not worth because it's not that great, plus it gets butter on pizza. And I'm like, what? Okay, Electro has never heard of that. Okay, so maybe she was indeed completely unlucky to go to that pizzeria that had butter on pizza. But maybe for breadsticks, okay, breadsticks I can pass on that because it is different, right? It is a bit different. Yes, when I said that, I realized that they both have the same preparation of some sorts, but still, Victor, it's like, I don't know about that, right? But in general, she also said that the pizzas she ate while in the US, they were not like, mind-blowing or freaking amazing. I'm now thinking that she went to a bad place. She should have gotten some recommendations of pizzerias to go or to try. But she was very disappointed on the pizzas. But on the other side, she was extremely happy to try the burgers. She said that the burgers in the US are some of the most delicious things she has ever had. So yeah, she was not disappointed on the burgers, but the pizza was a disappointment to her. So for the other favorites of Pilot, we have, you see, a lot of games that I have never played before or haven't seen even, like Planetscape Torment, I haven't heard of that one. Then Baldur's Gate, I think I've heard of it, but I have never seen it. Fallout 2, oh, I have heard of Fallout. Donkey Country 2, okay, much respect, it is one of the best games for the Super Nintendo and it has one of the most amazing OSTs ever. It used to be my favorite OST, but now it's funny, it lost its place to Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross also has this one thing to me that I cannot explain, that I feel nostalgic when I hear the music or when I think about the game, even though I haven't played that shit as a kid, when nostalgia would be more applicable. But yes, Chrono Cross has this crazy magic to it that it feels nostalgic to me, even though it's a recent game I have played. I'm always thinking about Chrono Cross or going back to its music. Recently, Spotify, I don't know if you guys use Spotify. Recently, Spotify had, I don't know, statistics or trivia about which songs and bands you normally listen to and everything. They placed there like Chrono Cross soundtrack as Japanese OSTs that I have been listening a lot, and they were saying, oh, you are a very unique person because you go from Japanese OSTs that I'm sure they got that mostly from Chrono Cross but also from some Persona soundtrack that is on Spotify. And then they said, oh, you go from that genre of Japanese OSTs to nu disco. And then I had to Google, wait, what is even nu disco? And then I learned that nu disco is a compilation of electronic genres, including French house. And then I do listen a lot of French house, which is, by the way, Daft Punk's genre. I just didn't know it was under a bigger genre that's like nu disco. So yeah, even Spotify was telling me like, oh yeah, you do listen to a lot of Japanese OST music, don't you? And that's mostly because of Chrono Cross. Let me go back because I missed some more. Actually, let me finish this coaster because then it will be able to give me profit while I'm chatting. Although I will need to either get rid of this landscaping or maybe create a tunnel. You know what I kind of want to do? Okay, I'm doing this now. I'm going straight ahead. Not even a tunnel, I don't care. There we go, we made through it. And it does look good even, so I'm keeping it. Then it starts to go up right there, so I should start going up here too. Although I still need a photo section. Maybe the photo section would be better closer to the station. Or in here as well. Okay, there we go. Let's test this. Okay, it's looking good. I just hope it's not too intense. But let's open it and see the results. Let me go back on the chat. Okay, Victor. Oh, it is actually very good. Look at that. It's a little bit higher than before. It still has a lot of intensity, and the nausea, I believe it's fine. It's a bit high, but it's not like extreme. So we are good on that coaster. Okay, so going back in here, Breath of the Wild got to pilot a list of favorite games. Chrono Trigger, I forgot about Chrono Trigger, although I mentioned Chrono Cross, and then Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. It probably tastes good. Do you mean the butter on pizza? If I don't know, because first of all, I don't like the taste of butter that much. I prefer margarine. But if I had to eat something with butter, I would go for popcorn. I think that butter on popcorn tastes great. So there is also that. I'm not a big fan of the butter taste. You also have never heard of butter on pizza. You know what? I'm going to ask her the details. I'm going to ask this Brazilian girl that I met the details, and then eventually I'll give you more information. Hopefully she remembers like where did she try that pizza or something. Maybe she won't. But I will tell you guys the details next time. It sounds disgusting, right, Pilot? I was surprised when she said that too. But probably it was because of she was unlucky to go to such a place. But I do wonder if I should drop a little bit of my expectations towards American pizza or even pizza in other countries in general. Because I get the impression that the pizza out there, from the pictures, from the conversations and everything, will be even better than the ones I have in here. Maybe not better than São Paulo's pizza, because I gotta say that São Paulo's pizzas are fantastic. So like maybe same level or something. But I was surprised. I was surprised to hear somebody saying or having a, let's say, bad opinion on American pizzas. It was like a first to me. But of course, like if you stop to think about it, there will be both good and bad pizzerias everywhere. But it sounds weird, right, Victor? Especially considering how fat pizza is already. Yeah, especially if it is like a pepperoni pizza or something. Or a four cheese pizza. One thing that is common in here is the ranch dressing. Well, that's even going to add more fat to it. But there are many cheap pizza chains in the US, more than burger chains. That's a fun fact. If you ask me, like, what do you think that has the most, I think I wouldn't be able to guess. That sounds weird to me, not necessarily wrong, but definitely weird. Victor likes the ranch dressing, but he doesn't think he wants that with pizza. But Electro says that he recommends it because it could be surprising. Maybe it is one of those disgusting ideas, but they actually work good. It balances the heat and the acidity from the tomatoes. Victor now is changing his mind. He thinks he would like it because it doesn't sound too bad, but it still sounds weird. Sabri is saying, speaking on Persona. Oh, Sabri is playing Persona 3 Portable for the PSP. What do you think about it so far? Actually, Pilot right there likes it too. Pilot tried to play Persona 5, but he couldn't really get to it. And then he went to Persona 3, and as far as I remember, he was enjoying it a lot. Persona 3 is my favorite, by the way, but after watching a playthrough of it recently and comparing it to the other Persona games, it does have some, let's say, problems, or it's not like a big deal, and maybe today we have different opinions on things than before. But it has some issues on the topics it goes and some things like that, some of the people you interact with, like the social links and stuff. It has some weird things going on. But overall, it's my favorite game. Mostly because of the atmosphere it creates. Yeah, Persona 3 Portable better than 5. I gotta play the Portable more because I only started playing the beginning of it on my phone. But then I never went back to it. But I believe that at this rate, I would rather play it on stream someday. And then it would be like my first time going until the end of Persona 3 Portable. Also the post-game. There is a post-game of Persona which is called The Answer. I have never played that either, even though I have heard people saying that it's hard and not as great, but I still gotta check it out. Somebody saying that it's good, it's just that Tartaros is a little bit repetitive. Yes, but I imagine that I don't know, other Shin Megami Tensei games will also have such dungeons that can be a bit repetitive too, right? At least from the impressions I have gotten from such games, they all seem to have the same formula towards the dungeons. But then they eventually changed that a little bit more, especially on Persona 5. But yeah, the dungeons are a bit repetitive, but I don't think it's enough to make the game a bad game. But I do think that it's how it used to be in the Shin Megami Tensei games, right? You appreciate that the portable version is really quick to interact with. That's true. Or at least it's quick on... I don't know, it seems faster than the other two games, especially Persona 4 maybe. I have, let's say, I have a balanced opinion because like I like how Persona 4 gives you a good tutorial of what the heck you need to do and what the heck is going on the game, but it's a slow start. Like I remember watching this one playthrough on YouTube, and the guy took like 1 hour just pretty much watching the game before he could finally do something himself with the controller. So I realized that the beginning of Persona 4, for example, is kind of slow, considering the cutscenes, considering the dialogues and everything. But I do like how it does set the player to understand how are the mechanics and what he should be looking for and paying attention to and everything. But Persona 3 is more straight to the point. It doesn't really give you a lot of tutorial or like a lot of details on how is the gameplay and everything. You kind of need to really figure it by your own. But it goes faster in the beginning, like it's more easy to start. So there is no running between the places, you just select where on the map you want to interact with. In some locations you can do that too, especially on Persona 4. Actually the Persona 3 game as well, like... I mean, maybe not, oh yeah, the school, right? No, never mind, I believe there is a character in the school you can talk to, and then he will teleport you to the other locations. You don't really need to do the running to place. But most people do not know about that character, and then they don't talk to him, and then they do need to be running out of school every day. But I believe there is a skip, at least from the school to the rest of the city. In both games, in Persona 4 and 3. And then in 5 it's way easier. Somebody is saying that yes, that's how Shin Megami Tensei games go. It's just that Tartarus is even more repetitive, because nothing really changes that much. Yes, about that I agree with you. It doesn't really change that much from a floor to another floor, or actually from a block to another block, yes. And I would even say that Tartarus is hard, so... like having a game over and then having to go back and then exploring all of the floors again can be annoying. So just be careful on your exploration and definitely save the game a lot, because Persona 3 is hard in my opinion. Especially because I believe this is your first time playing Persona, right, Saburo? But you do understand a lot of the mechanics because of the Devil Survivor games, plus other people I believe you have watched playing Persona. But Persona 3 is hard, so be careful. Somebody is saying that in the beginning there is a character that helps you with the fast traveling in the school because you are just a newcomer. Or a freshman or something? Not freshman, but like you are new to the school. But there is a button that you can press that gives you the floor options of the school. Oh, okay, maybe that's the upgrade that Pilot was also talking about. That you don't have in the Persona 3 game, no. Maybe only in the portable. Yeah, from floor to floor in the school you gotta really walk around and then find your location. So maybe now that the finances are a little bit better in here, I think I will change the minimum funding to normal. But I will keep the developments for the Thrill and Gentle Rides. Somebody is saying that he wouldn't say it's hard, it's just easy to get a game over if the game knocks out you, or like focus on hitting the protag. Yeah, if the protag dies, it's over. Yes, exactly. That's a change that only happened later on. Wait a minute. Never mind, maybe it's still like that, isn't it? Even on Persona 5? I actually think it's still like that, yes, even on Persona 5. If you die, it's over. It's harder for the protect to die in Persona 5, but it is still the same situation. I will call this coaster the Baconator. Actually, I have never had that burger, but maybe someday. Okay, so now that we have the coaster fixed, I still need to think where am I placing the rest of the gentle and thrill rides. I was saying before that I wanted to do something about like a ocean or Fanta mountain or like some sort of pyramid of Fanta. Maybe around that pyramid I could try placing more rides on the water level or something. But first I think I should build this Fanta mountain of some sort. And I believe the best location for it is right there. Not sure if you saw, but you did a fairly extensive 4 hours stream a few days ago. I will say, man, that I noticed you were playing it, but I couldn't stop by. Yes, I did notice you were playing that game, which by the way is a game that you gifted to me once, and I still gotta test it out, right? Pigeon, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? You're going to stream it again? Do you think that I should watch it actually? Because, do you think I would get spoiled or something? The Baconator is a good name? Yeah, it is like a straight bacon coaster, and Baconator is like a good reference for it. But have you played it before actually? Because I imagine you played it and then you gifted it to me because you liked it a lot. So now you're just like replaying it? Were you really missing it out? Because I'm like, why are you not playing a new game maybe? I'm doing good, how about you? I'm doing alright too. I'm trying this crazy level in here. It's the Icarus Park. And because of the objective of it being timeless... Wait, that's the wrong chart. Yeah, it's timeless. I just need to get, at some point, monthly income from the right tickets. I decided to spend my time in here. Like, I decided to work on it, try some crazy ideas. Because I have been playing this game so far, focusing on the objectives. But sometimes when a level like this shows up, we can also take it slowly, right? Or like try some new things out. But I'm doing alright too. Do you play a lot of RollerCoaster Tycoon? Because this was my favorite game for PC as a kid. And then I always dreamed on beating all of the objectives of it. And thankfully now we are really getting there. Oh, by the way, probably I lost some frames, but hopefully the stream goes back to normal. Although it is still losing a lot of frames, come on. Internet connection, can you please recover from that? And it's not my PC, it's either the server or the internet connection. Okay, now it's back, there we go. So Pilot has played Pier Solar before, but he had some technical issues. Oh, okay, so you have not finished it. So now he's playing it on Xbox with no issues. There we go, yeah. I have the same situation, Pilot, with a Professor Layton game called... It's the fourth game, actually. It's the Professor Layton and the Last Spectre. Every freaking time I tried to beat that game, I couldn't because of a technical issue. So I had my progression erased or corrupted. And then I remember trying to finish it 2 times, and I had problems on those 2 times. So I could never see the end of it still. I got to very far of it, but I could never complete it. So I can understand you going back to it now. I hope I can go back to Professor Layton 4 as well. Wi-Fi, please. I think now it's okay, right? It's back to normal. It looks like a mix of Fanta and Space... Oh my god, Space Jam. I was not thinking on that. The colors, right? Space Jam has a lot of orange and purple as well. Speaking of which, isn't Space Jam like being released very soon? Is it this year or maybe next year? I'm always wondering when is it going to be released. But speaking of movies that were recently released, go watch Pixar's Luca. I was saying last stream that I was hyped to watch it, and I was hoping that I could see it at my parents'. I checked it this week, it was there, and the movie is very great. Like, I really liked Luca. I had some expectations towards it, and basically the movie gave what I was expecting, and it even surprised me a little bit more. So I was very happy, and I enjoyed it a lot. So go definitely check that out. Luca. It's also a very beautiful looking movie. But I had like expectations on the messages of the movie, and then I was kind of right, or I was on point. But the movie gave me extra messages that I was also not expecting, and then that was something that surprised me. Is it just me, or does that roller coaster look ever so slightly phallic? It is. Oh my god, Victor. Victor, it was only you, but not anymore. Because you corrupted my brain, my effort in here. Yeah, now I can't unsee it, man. Yeah, the Baconator turned out to be something else now. At least it's on weird proportions, so it's not that clear. But yes, Victor, you kinda destroyed the idea in here, man. You're not wrong about that, though. Anyway, let's move on to the rest of this level. And I wanted to do something crazy on this section here. Maybe like a pyramid, like I was saying. Yeah, Victor. Victor. It took me so long to finish that coaster, and then Victor comes with one message and destroys all of my effort. Come on. This doesn't look too bad, especially if I can change the... I can change that, right? For example, like... Wait. I cannot change that? Oh, I need to use one of those textures? Okay. Maybe if we use a yellowish texture? Oh, there we go. Yes, I think I can go for something like this. But then let me think. Am I doing a pyramid? Am I doing like many different sections or something? Let's try a pyramid, and then if it doesn't look good, I change it. But I kind of want to make it larger, so... Is it in here? No, it's there. That was too much. Wait, I just got another idea too, but... Oh, that's wrong. Okay, I do like this size, and I like where it is placed. The other idea I had was like to... Wait. Why can't I pick the right one? No, it's that one. There we go. Yeah, the other idea was to do something on the edges of it. What? It's even wrong? I cannot choose the right place. Why is it so hard for me to get the right spot on land that's going to be the one I need? I need the one that's like diagonally located to the edge of it, but I can't. Is it this one? And then I change the angle and it won't be it. By the way, rip my money, so I probably will need to wait a little bit more. But let's leave it like that for now. Let's go back to the chatting, because yeah, my first attempt started bad. Electro was showing somebody the Factory Capers Easter egg yesterday. Factory Capers, is that a level? I still gotta get to it, I guess. Under the scenery and the path is a clearly phallic pond. I do not think we have played that level. You know what? Let's spoil ourselves a little bit, shall we? Although I don't think I have it open. Actually, let me save the game, because I still haven't saved this game today. Hello, Gabriel. How are you, man? I guess my job here is done, man. This is a weird level, isn't it? And that's why we are also trying to go weird on it too. But yeah, this is one of the craziest looking levels so far in this game. If there is a top view, I don't have a top view. It's only perspective and isometrical views. I believe that's how it's called. Factory Capers? Is it an older level? Oh, never mind. It's not on this game. We're back. There we go. Okay, you said it and then I thought it wasn't here. I don't have a good idea on how can I... Oh, Meowser, thank you so much for the resub, man. How's it going? Meowser, I have a question to you, because we were discussing this earlier and I was saying that I was talking to this girl that has visited the US and she gave me an impression of American pizzas that surprised me. She said that she went to, I don't know, I need to ask her exactly where was it, because I'm guessing it was a bad pizzeria. But she told me that the pizzas in the US were not that great. And then I was like, really? Because it felt like they were. I need to ask you if you have ever heard of butter on pizzas, because one of the reasons why she was disappointed and shocked on the pizzas in there is because she was served with butter. Like the pizza was with butter, or like they gave the option of adding butter to the pizza. Have you ever heard of that? Because Electro hasn't, and it made me curious to know if somebody has ever seen that happening before, which is good that nobody has, because it sounds a bit weird. But I now need to ask to everybody. Gabriel is redeeming a background color. Red, okay. There we go. You're packing up a trailer to move? Wait, weren't you going to move like at the end of the year? But probably you're just getting more objects or more things to to bring there, right? And then you're not really officially moving still. So there is a large variety quantity of pizza there. So people get garlic butter. Oh, it's garlic butter? Okay, you now opened my mind a little bit more because actually, butter or garlic butter is very common when you're eating a crepe, right? I can see the connection now. Also, hello, Desert Nasty, welcome. Garlic dipping sauce for the crust. Yes, now you guys are making a connection on my brain of like crepe, pizzas, and the butter. I can see that going, especially for the crust, as you guys are saying. And then you think that Papa John's does it. I will ask this girl that I talked to if she went to Papa John's. I hope she will remember where she tried that pizza. But she was like mind blown that they were giving butter for her to eat with a pizza. An honest question, when are you... Oh, Kappa? Yeah, that's not happening, Gabriel. I'm so sorry if that was like some of your expectations towards our content in here. That's not happening, man. Especially because I don't have any of those things, like a pool, a hot tub, or, nothing like that. Oh, Meowser is actually moving next, actually next week, at the end of the month. Did I get it wrong then? Because last weekend we talked about moving and then you and Pilot are going to move. But I thought that you were going to move at the end of the year and then Pilot was the one moving right now, but maybe it's the opposite. Just did some googling and it seems that Papa John is the main one that does garlic butter for pizza. But honestly, now that I remember that crepes go with butter, at least here in Brazil, that idea is not too far to be... it's not that crazy to me anymore. Because even though I don't add butter on my crepes, like I don't like it, it is common. I see it a lot. Like you always get the butter option with a crepe. And even though the textures are different, even some tastes are different, it is not that far from a pizza taste. Especially because of the crust. So I can see why it started to happen. So Papa John's pizza sucks in your opinion? It is a big chain that does a cracker crust and you're not a big fan? Yeah, now that you guys are saying that it seems to be the main source of butter on pizza in there, I probably think that she went to the Papa John's as well. But yes, after connecting that information with crepes, it doesn't sound that crazy to me anymore. It is still weird, but not too much anymore. It has super cheap ingredients and it has a very low quality. I will let you guys know if she went to that one, to Papa John's. I had heard of it before, but I didn't know it was like that bad as you guys are saying. Do you guys have any suggestions on how can I make this to happen without wasting a lot of money? Because I'm getting it wrong so many times. Oh, wait a minute, what if I place that? No, that's not going to help. Oh! Why can I place the fountains correctly but not the landscaping? Never mind, now I got it right. What am I doing wrong? Or what was I doing wrong before? Yeah, now I got it right. Maybe if I use the land tool instead of the water tool and then I use the water tool just in the end, it does it? Because I was really struggling with the water tool. Yeah, now I'm doing it super well. So this girl that told me about butter on pizzas, she was having a cooking stream of a brownie. So now I kind of learned how to cook a brownie or how to bake a brownie. And what made me sad though is that you kind of do need to use the right ingredients for it. Otherwise, if you make changes, the brownie will not turn out that great like the recipe. That made me sad because many of those ingredients are normally used replacements. For example, she was talking about even butter, for example. You need to use butter for the recipe, and then I was like, but I have margarine at home, can't I use margarine? And then she was like, no, you gotta use butter because if you use margarine, the fat is different, the texture is different. So, you know, I will need to buy the ingredients that are specific for the recipe, like butter. Also, I'll need to buy the sugar that's not like the normal sugar. It's like one of the baker's sugar or something. There is another ingredient as well. Oh yeah, the chocolate bars. I normally use chocolate mix to my chocolate desserts, but I need to buy the bars and then try to melt them without burning them. At least I learned a lot. Like, it seems there are techniques that you need to control in order to not burn the chocolate bar. For example, you can use your microwave and then place the bowl with the chocolate in there for like 15 seconds, and then you take it out and then you see if it's melting, and then you put it again, because it seems that if it gets to a very low temperature, actually like 50 degrees Celsius or something, the chocolate will burn. It's super easy for it to burn or something. So I did learn some techniques, and then she also said that you should not mix the hot butter with the rest of the ingredients. You need to wait for it to cool down, and then you mix it with the rest of the dough. Not dough, right? The word is, it's better, right? When it's like for a cake preparation, it's better, and then dough is for pizzas and bread. Yeah. When you're mixing the butter to the batter, it needs to be cold or like warm temperature, not hot. So I did learn some details that if I were doing it at my first time, I probably would commit those mistakes. Let me go back to the chat. What is more exciting than a volcano? I was not really thinking on a volcano, but we could consider a volcano on this level, especially because this level probably has one already, or you see the mountains, it could have a volcano somewhere. We could consider a volcano on land, but this right here was something crazy, something else that I was thinking of. So why are you building this theme park in a... Oh, actually you guys are mentioning the whole level as a volcano? Well, this is out of space, so develop this alien park, you see? Things are just different in another planet. Like, the sky is not blue, the water is not transparent. It's Fanta. Subreddit is still asking for a upper view or something. I can't have an upper view. Like, those 4 angles are all the views I have, like all the cameras I have. And it's always isometrical. Baking is a science, and it made me a bit sad. I understand that the quantities gotta be like correct, but also the ingredients gotta be really the right ones, because otherwise it can disarrange everything. Because you know that everybody's pantries will be different. Like, some people will have butter, some people will have margarine, some people will have chocolate mix, some other people will have, I don't know, heavy cream and then condensed milk. And then sometimes you gotta work with what you have to make a dessert or to make a dish. But sadly, when it's about the desserts, you gotta really have the right ingredients if you really want that result. So I was disappointed that I couldn't really go for, you know, can I use margarine? Isn't it like kind of the same? And then no, it's not the same, it's going to be different, the texture is going to change, it's not going to be that soft. So I was like, fine, I will buy everything you're asking for. Oh my god, here comes a freaking tongue twister, but Let's do it. Betty Butter bought some butter, but a bit of better butter will make my batter better. I got it. I actually got it. Do never doubt your abilities. Come on. I went there to a butter market, especially. Victor is not giving me a freaking tongue twister, but I failed miserably right now. Okay, let me try again, Victor. I want the wait. I want there to be a butter market especially for baking called Better Butter. Oh, okay, it's like a brand name. I first heard that nursery rhyme from a butter commercial. I see. It is a good one, but it's funny that it's not the brand name, right? It's not like the one that Victor suggested. You guys will never get this reference, but I will mention it. Here in Brazil, recently there is some sort of digital bank company that has been giving us ads with play on words and rhymes as well, but in Portuguese, and pretty much lots of words that end with elo. So they were even using like names from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like Donatello and Raffaello. So they were doing the whole advertisement with like words in Portuguese or names that end with elo. Like for example, caramelo, which is caramel in Portuguese. So yeah, those advertisements still go today, right? With some rhymes and rhythm. The full thing is like 10 lines. Okay, so you spared me a little bit when you post that tongue twister. Do you guys have like a tongue twister that you cannot win or you cannot really say it well? I know one in Portuguese, but in English, yes, I can't remember the ones I tried in English before. Wait, what's a note bank? It's like a digital bank. Digital banks have been very popular here right now, which is good because they are normally with better features and like costs than the traditional physical banks in Brazil. Although sadly the inflation, hopefully that's the word maybe that's not the word in English. How is that in English though? I have no idea. Let me Google. Inflation is not the word, right? For how much your money really costs. That's not the word for it in English, right? Inflation sounds like something else. Oh, it's called exchange. It's not exchange like exchanges. Do you guys don't have a word for this? Exchanges when you are, I don't know, going from reais to dollars, or that's exchange in my opinion, not like the rate that says how much your money really values, like how much it can buy things, and then use that parameter to see if the economy is doing well or bad. But exchange, you did give me a hard time to say that. I struggle with words most of the time anyway, so I can't do tongue twisters at all. So here in Brazil, at least, there is a number. It's actually a rate or like a reference that, depending on how much it values, you can understand or you can comprehend how much your money really values, or how much it really how many things it can really buy. It is like a reference. So when this number is high, it means that our currency, the real, is not able to buy many things, or like the prices are high. Basically, that's what it does. It kind of judges if the prices in the market are high or low for the amount of money we have in the country, like printed money, basically. And then, depending on that number, the economy will behave in a way or another, and they will need to print more money or not. And then, the more money they print, maybe it's going to decrease the the value of the reais in this case in Brazil. It's something around those lines. It pretty much gives you an idea if your money is getting valuable or not with time. And right now, that number is super high thanks to the pandemic and thanks to the crisis. So basically, let's say I have 1,000 reais today, and then I have the same 1,000 reais at the end of the year. Thanks to this number prediction, I know that today I can buy more things with 1,000 reais than in the end of the year. Basically, that's what that number does. It tells you if your money continues able to be commercialized, or like if you can still buy things for the price they really, for a fair price basically, or if it's going to, or if things are going to be way more expensive with time. So I was saying, I love how this always started out of like a digital bank talk that was out of nowhere as well. But I was saying that the digital banks have been helping us towards the economy, and like you don't have a lot of costs to deal with those banks, or like to make transfers and uh, investments with those banks. But sadly, the moment in here is of a very high um, a very high, what is the word now? I don't know the right word in English, I can't say it right now, but the the prediction is that things are going to cost more basically at the end of the year or with time. So we are taking better care of our money, but at the same time things are going to cost more. So there is no balance in there, right? It's not really like a profitable thing for you to really take good care of your money today, because things are going to still be expensive or more expensive thanks to the predictions of the markets. Anyway, I hope I could at least give an idea of what I was trying to say. I think we call it as a cost of living index. You guys don't have a single word then. In Portuguese, you have a single word. Let me write that one down. The funniest global one is the Big Mac Index. So people analyze the prices for the Big Mac. Is that what's happening? But you know what? Getting to this talk was worth, because it's not every day that I learn a word that exists in Portuguese but not in English. It's not like every time I see that. Speculation could work. Yeah, it is a speculation. It's like the specialists, they use graphs and data to predict how is that currency be able to buy things at the end of the year, or like with time, and how much those things will be costing, if they will have the same prices, if they are going to have lower prices, if it's going to have higher prices. So sadly, the prediction here is that the speculation is going to be very high, and thanks to that I had to change some of my investments because we were losing to the speculation where my money was. So I had to learn about other investments, and then I went for them. And then now I'm sure that my money will be above the speculation. So it's not going to be like losing its value with time, at least for now, while the speculation has been super high here. Hydration reminder, I need that. Thank you so much, Pigeon. As you can see, Pigeon, by the way, since you are new to the channel, we have a lot of chatting about all sorts of things. And then we also do gaming, but normally it is a slow progression on the games. So don't be too surprised that we are chatting a lot and the game is going slowly. But at least on RollerCoaster Tycoon, it's good because it is giving me time to get some money. So once I go back to the game, I can do the things I was planning to do. But you know what, Pilot? You made me curious to check that Big Mac index later. I wonder what is the country that has the cheapest Big Mac, but it's probably the US, right? It is probably the US. I gotta say that the Big Mac in here has been quite expensive. It has been getting more and more expensive. I'm here for it. There we go, man. There we go. But let's continue the craziness of this level, shall we? A little bit at least, now that we got 2000. Oh wait, you have been following the Digimon streams actually? Yeah, we also have been playing Digimon. Unfortunately, it's been hard to make more progression. Like last weekend we couldn't. But I believe that tomorrow we'll be playing more curling. Because Subaru told me that I can still find new items or some secrets on the curling minigame. So I will go back to that. And hopefully we can get such a secret item or something helpful. I do like this. I know it's different and crazy and weird, but I don't know, I think I will keep it like this for now. I'm going to continue the pyramid. No, that's too much. So I will go back to the food talk while I'm doing this. Not only I was shocked to know about the butter on pizza thing, but that started another conversation, and it was about weird food and weird dishes. And then I got to know some weird dishes that people liked, and I also shared some of my weird dishes that I like. So let's see what you guys think about them or the ones I can remember right now. I will start with the ones that I use it to eat or that I like. Some of them may sound disgusting, but they actually taste good. The first one that I can remember is dipping a slice of bread or like a loaf that has butter on it. Butter is everywhere, isn't it? Even on pizzas now. On coffee. Have you guys ever tried that? And then you bite the bread like that. It is disgusting because the bread loses its crunchiness. It's going to be like a very, soft and moist bite, but it does taste good. And I used to eat that a lot as a kid. The other thing that I used to have a lot as a kid is something that my father used to cook to me, and we used to call it as a bread soup. It's not really a soup. but that's the name my father gave to it. It's basically hot milk with salt and parts of bread mixed on it. And then in the end, you kind of, I don't know, eat it on a mug or something. And it's pretty much savory milk with slices of bread that are mixed on it. It's also very good and very simple as well. So this is not my original idea, but I do like this. And you know which ride could be great for me to work with this? I'm thinking on the go-karts. Either the go-karts or the maze. But now I need to wait more because I'm out of money. So let me see, what else was weird? Oh yes, I have heard of like people that have tried sweet noodles. For example, chocolate noodles or Oreo noodles, and it is very disgusting, and most people that tried that did not like it, with a reason, right? But yeah, some people have cooked sweet noodles with a very few amount of people that like that, but of course I would never try that myself. There are also people that like to eat fries with ice cream. That one doesn't sound too disgusting to me, but I still gotta try it. I don't think I will like it that much, but I don't think I will also think it's too bad. But I never tried it. Um, One thing that I used to do as a kid, but then I'm kind of glad that I stopped doing it, was eating tomatoes with sugar. But yes, with time I stopped eating that. I'm pretty sure people gave me more examples, but I can't remember the examples anymore. Wait, never mind, I remember the one that was weird. Somebody brought up that they have had cheese on beans. It was even hard to imagine that. But yeah, somebody has tried eating cheese on beans. Like you have a beans recipe and then for some reason you add cheese to it. Sounds weird, but I also don't want to say 100% for sure that it will taste bad, but I don't have hopes for it to be tasting good. But yeah, cheese on beans was a first for me to learn. But then if I have the go-karts in there, my plan was for the go-karts to be like on the purple spot, but then in order for the go-karts to reach that spot, it's going to kind of mess with the looks of this, right? So maybe it's better for it to go around it. You know what? I'm going to try building it. It sounds like the menu for this map. It does, right? It is a weird menu for a weird level for sure. I just remembered as well that there is this thing that's very common in America, that's chili. And when people were telling me about chili, which is pretty much beans and ground meat or ground beef, I felt surprised because here those two dishes are very common, but nobody really mixes them together into a chili. And then, as I had the chance to talk to this Brazilian that has been to the US, I asked her that, like, have you tried chili? Because it's one of the things that I heard of that made me the most curious to try, and then I was surprised that how is it not a thing in Brazil? And then she said that she tried it, she did like it, but it was also not that great. I mean, it was okay, you know. It was also not like the best thing ever, but she did like it. So I still want to try that too, right? I was very curious to try chili, but she said that it's not like mind-blowing amazing. But it's fine by me. Like I just wanna taste it someday too. Okay, now I don't have more money, but I believe this is going to be okay, right? Having a go-kart that go like this. Although maybe the station should be on the other side. Because how am I getting the path to connect to this other side? It is the same person, yes. It was a whole stream of food talk because she was kind of teaching us how to bake a brownie. And then eventually she kind of brought up that she has been to the US. And then I think we were talking about like which other things should we cook on other days, right? And then probably somebody said pizza, and then she said that she went to the US, she was putting the pizzas and then the butter on pizza and everything. It is the same person, yeah. Because based on that, I'm not sure if she tried the good stuff of chili either. She didn't say bad things about the chili. She just said that maybe she had higher expectations for the taste, but she didn't say it was bad. It's totally worth a try, or it was good. It was definitely not as bad as the experience she had with the pizza, probably from Papa John's now. And the reason why I kinda, I mean, I don't want to be, I also don't want to be like a, let's say somebody has a diploma and then everything the person says sounds correct. No, it's not like that. But this girl has a degree on cooking, or like she's a chef. So I kind of tend to believe her opinions towards dishes or food in general. Of course, not 100%, but I think she has a, let's say, a good taste for what she's saying. And because she's Brazilian, her taste is probably going to be somewhat close to my taste as well. But she still said that chili was good, so I'm still curious to try it myself. I would just maybe lower my expectations a little bit. Maybe it's not like as fantastic as ever. But there is another reason why probably she didn't think it was as fantastic as ever. Because, speaking of Brazilian taste, we are not very used to spicy dishes. And chili is spicy, right? It's not super crazy spicy, of course, but I imagine it's going to be spicier than what we are used to eat normally in here. So probably that was a factor on her decision or on her impression as well. I'm not sure. But there is also that many things she tried in the US were very spicy or they were very sweet as well. And our taste is a bit different. Yes, Subaru, I do credit her opinion because she's a chef, but of course I do not like. I disagree with some things, especially the wars we were having. And by the way, this is a topic that starts wars everywhere. the wars we were having towards raisins. Like, I love raisins, and it's either you love it or hate it, right? So she didn't like raisins, but I was like, no, raisins are good, come on, and everything. So you can have any diplomas you want, but you will not change my opinion that raisins are good. So yeah, it's fine to disagree, but I will be on the side of defending raisins. Of course, not on everything, but there are some things that I love raisins on, especially rice. While in here at my parents, I have been adding raisins to my mom's rice almost every day. But basically, it was good to hear her opinion as well, because it was the first time I heard somebody complaining about pizzas in the US. Or normally we only see great pictures, we only see the good food and everything. So it was something for me to wonder and to, I don't know, maybe pay more attention to so that if I ever go to the US, I should really see and filter which place I should be visiting, or like which restaurant I should be ordering food, because I would definitely want to try lots of things. I even asked her if she was able to try the berries, because the berries we don't have here in Brazil, like the cranberries, the blackberries, the blueberries. And she said, yes, I tried them, it was great and everything. You know, I need to be more open towards people's tastes and favorite dishes and favorite places. For example, Pilot is always talking about how he loves Domino's. And from our conversations, I can already assume that Domino's in there is way better than Domino's in Brazil. But what if there is something else that Pilot likes in his Domino's that happens in there that I'm not aware of? Something crazy like, I don't know, a spicy tomato sauce. And then the day I tried that pizza with the spicy tomato sauce that I had no idea about, I probably will be disappointed because, oh no, I don't like a spicy tomato sauce. So sometimes it's good to have that other side of the conversation, to listen to some other things that I really didn't know about. So honestly, most American Canadian food isn't that spicy. You see, so I had that impression that lots of those foods would be very spicy. So Pilot is now saying that no, it's not that spicy, you know? To get some good spice, you gotta dip into the Asian and Indian dishes. And then raisins are disgusting. It's okay to think like that, yeah. You have a serious problem, you love like really spicy food. Give us examples, Gabriel. What are your spicy food like? As I was saying, I don't think spicy food is very popular in Brazil, but I want to know which dishes you like to go after, Gabriel. You don't love Domino's, but it's above average, cheap, and consistent. About that, I agree. In my opinion, Domino's is very consistent. I know exactly what I'm getting. But I also agree that's somewhat average. It's not that fantastic. It used to be cheaper. Now it's maybe not that worth it here anymore, unless it is a Tuesday when you can buy two for one. But I kind of stopped buying at Domino's. But you do really love spicy food. Yeah, I'm starting to develop that like for spicy food. It started recently, but definitely I'm still not ready for some really spicy food, no? But I tried one of the craziest spicy things ever, wasabi. And I did not hate it. Of course, it was a taste to remember, but I didn't hate it. I can see it going well with some dishes. I tried it alone, but I hope I have the chance to try it with some dishes besides the one that I have already had, which was wasabi How was it? How was the sauce? But it was basically a burger that had a wasabi sauce. It was not only wasabi, but wasabi was an ingredient to the sauce of it. Maybe it was a barbecue sauce, I can't remember now. But even since you had to remove your gallbladder, wait, a gallbladder? You'll have a hard time afterward to eat them. Oh, is gallbladder the appendice? In Portuguese, it sounds like that, right? So nowadays I'm forced to eat way less than before. I will write it down. I didn't know that word in English. Thanks to the context, I think I got its meaning. Everyone needs to maximize the Vindaloo and Sichuan hot pot in their lives. Yeah, for example, I haven't even seen those two sauces before. Or actually those two dishes maybe. You have a collection of peppers and sauces in there. I only use two peppers. I even don't use black pepper, which I should. But I use like a regular hot sauce that it's probably going to be close to the Tabasco sauce. And I use the dry seeds of a red pepper. Ultras taught me how they were called in English before. Let me see if I can find. Oh, I found it. Red pepper flakes. Yes, that's the other pepper I use on my dishes, especially when I'm doing tomato sauces or my pasta. So gallbladder. Gallbladder. There we go. Do you have other herbs or plants, Gabriel? I wish I could be planting or farming some of herbs. My sister plants a little bit of them. Oh, by the way, this week I'm going to change the topic completely, but it's because Gabriel and Subaru are here. This week I finally checked the trailer for the Resident Evil CGI Netflix series. I was missing that out, and it looks great in my opinion. For the beginning of the video, I was even thinking, wait, is this really CGI? But then after I saw more, I was like, okay, this is CGI, but it's it's looking really good. I was just lost if it is going to be really like the game's plots, but I have the feeling it's not going to be like the game's plot. Like if they would be, I don't know, depicting Resident Evil 2 story there. No, I believe it's going to be either in between games or before games. So I wasn't sure about the plot direction. But regarding the quality of the animation, I really liked it. So there we go, I have the go-karts in here. I'm not sure how am I making the connection. And around the go-karts we could try adding more rides, right? What if we had another go-karts track? Like that goes surrounding this one. And then the station is on the other side. What about that? For some reason, this level is also giving me some genetics vibes, like DNA and things like that. Maybe it's because of the spiral right there, or the barrel roll. It looks like a DNA. So I dropped the prices for the circus. Maybe I could have something right there, some sort of decoration, maybe a fountain. Or since I brought up the DNA talk, so the story of the Resident Evil CGI series on Netflix, it's going to be between Resident Evil 4 and Code Veronica. I was thinking it was somewhat close to Resident Evil 2, but I see I'm wrong, man. And there is a space for a plot that's going to be between Leon and Claire. The amount of ghost pepper sauces I have is getting out of hand. Man, the ghost pepper, isn't it the worst? Yes, it was considered the hottest pepper in the world from 2007 to 2011. And then now you want to get some Carolina Reaper sauce, the current hottest pepper in the world. You know what's funny? I think I heard of that sauce today because I was doing some extra money, and in this one micro job from this one website, they were asking me to check some videos and tell them if they were talking about the certain location they wanted or the certain dish they wanted as well. And one of the tasks, they were talking about fried chicken, and the fried chicken video I watched had a challenge of like, let's see who can I think it was like which one is better challenge, but they had some spicy fried chicken's options with the Reaper sauce. So they were even talking or calling it like the Reaper fried chicken. So yeah, it was like at the max of the spiciness level. So that's such a big coincidence. Somebody saying that after Resident Evil 2 it is Code Veronica. Okay, so I was not that far. And then is it Resident Evil 3 later? Yeah, right, it gotta be 3 and then 4. I'm thinking about creating a tunnel in here. Oh, it's not going to work because... Yeah, because the path where people are walking is already above the water level, so... the tunnel wouldn't work. I mean, it can work if I change the bridge a little bit, but it is going to look weird. But I think I have no option. I'll need to work on that change. It's going to be right there. I'll need to decrease that level. And then reconnect the bridge with that. And then the path goes underground, or it goes under the water level. Like this. Is it connecting? It is not connecting. Haven't I gone like one level? Yeah, it is a single level that I went underwater, right? Or is it two actually? I will test it with two, but I think there is another problem happening that I'm not seeing because of... No, it's not two. Two is too low. Okay, I don't understand why am I not making that connection. Is it really because of the water? I can't go like a tunnel up under... No, it's not because of the water, because... Oh no, it is... Oh, it is because of this... Yeah, I see. I can't really make a tunnel under the water. Okay, so this is not going to work out. I'll need to think on something else. Summer is saying that it's where Claire was captured while she was looking for Chris. And then during the game, she contacts Leon. And then Leon says that Chris should go and save Claire. But after that, there is a gap of the plot before Resident Evil 4. Like some years. And then Resident Evil 3 starts before Resident Evil 2. That's true, I forgot about that. But it ends after it. So it would be around the same time. But then Code Veronica would be the real Resident Evil 3 because it follows up the story of Resident Evil 2. Huh. So Claire was the protagonist of Code Veronica? I have forgotten that. It's been some time. By the way, I'm starting to get hungry. We talked so much about food that it is now getting to me. I'm not sure how to make a path there, because my idea failed. What else could I try? I mean, I could try making a tunnel. But I believe people would get very lost. Here's what I'm going to do. As I'm not sure how am I going to make the connection, I'm going to build a random path, a temporary one, and then later I change it. Show me the heights. Okay, that's the proper height, but I don't know if I'll be able to connect because of the coaster. Yeah, probably I can't because of the coaster, yeah. Huh. I really enclosured myself on this. Wait, you're not feeling so great tonight, man? I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you can heal soon or feel better soon. You're going to head off to bed, alright, man? Thank you for stopping by, though. Have a good one. Thank you so much, man. I hope we can talk more later. Yeah, there is no other way for me to connect this path to the central area because the central area is completely enclosed. So I'll need to come up with something else crazy. I mean, having the path with those supports or wooden supports is not that bad looking, but it's not super creative either, you know? But it doesn't look bad. So, Subaru, how far are you in Persona 3 Portable? If I can change, I can change the... Yes, I can change them a little bit like this, but it's more... it is a support aesthetics change, but I wish I could do something other than creating the supports, you know? And those are not that great either, so... I love how it took me years to learn that I could change their looks. I remember being shocked when people told me that I could do that. As a kid, I never knew that. I always cared for the first two options, but never the third one. You're missing only 8 shadows or 8 bosses. Yeah, you were getting to the mid part then. And you don't know anything about the plot, right? Or have you been spoiled before? It's funny how this thing I did on the center has been giving me some Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door memories. There is an enemy there. Also because many of their enemies look a lot like the X-Nauts or something. But it's not one of the X-Nauts. There is another enemy that's like a random encounter. But it's an enemy that is... he is also at the X-Naut's base. But you can also find him in the pit of 100 challenges. Probably I'm saying this, but nobody will know which enemy I'm talking about. I could actually try looking for a picture. But I'm thinking on him a lot right now. And that's funny because it's not even my favorite Paper Mario, even though it's the most popular Paper Mario. I do prefer the Nintendo 64 one. That's something I should ask Victor at another day, if he has played the Paper Mario 64. It's one of my favorite games for the Nintendo 64. Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks of this guy. He's called the Yucks. It actually looks a lot like him. So I'm not that crazy. So you don't know any spoiler? You only knew that they summoned the personas by kinda shooting at their heads? Which was very like, what the F? The first time the Protect did that. But other than that, you only knew some names like of the social links, like the full social link being related to the dorm, that makes you wanna think that there is going to be a plot twist. You see, man, you see. But I'm happy you don't know like the spoilers of that game. Be careful towards Persona 4 though. Persona 4, I think it's so easy for people to get spoiled on. There we go, I made a connection in here so we can finally open the first go-kart track. I'm actually going to make it more expensive. By the way, Subber, this week, after I watched Luca, the new Pixar movie, I also went to finally watch one of the most hyped and like Brazilian movies that people talked so much in the past years. I finally watched Bacurau. Have you heard of it? Have you watched it yourself? Maybe not, because I don't know if you watch too many movies or things like that. But I finally checked that one out that people talked about a lot, especially like last year or 2 years ago when it was released. I finally watched that movie and I was very surprised. It is not a movie that I would recommend to everybody because it's also not an easy movie to digest. But I can totally understand why everybody was so freaking out for it when it was out. Because it does speak to Brazilians a lot, and it does make you feel ways that I don't know, it was something that you normally don't feel. But at the same time, it's a very messed up movie. The name is familiar, you never watched it. It is a good movie, especially because it is very surprising. It takes a detour on the way it starts that you do not expect at all, and it works a lot. But you know something that I would never understand? I knew that that movie Bacurau, or Nighthawk in English, although this is not necessarily a recommendation because I'm not sure how foreigners would react to this movie. It is a movie that speaks a lot to Brazil itself, so I'm not sure how that would be. Maybe actually it could be also a good movie, but for foreigners to watch, but I'm not sure. It's not something that I would necessarily recommend. I actually would need to check what foreigners think about it because it was a movie that was presented and aired in other countries for sure, even in some festivals, movie festivals. It got some awards and everything, but it's not a. It is a movie that's probably going to have double effect if you are Brazilian watching it. So yeah, I will never understand how the Open TV aired that movie once. I did not check it by the date it happened because I forgot. But I'm kind of glad now that I forgot because otherwise it probably got a lot of censorship, and then I would not have the same experience I had watching it fully or without censorships. But yes, man, it's such a heavy and crazy movie that I cannot believe that our Open TV here, Global, has aired it once. It's like super crazy. They probably had to censor it a lot, like really a lot. But it is worth watching, Summer. If you have the chance, watch it because I don't watch many national movies or Brazilian movies in general, but this one surprised me a lot. It is, you totally get why people talk about it so much, or at least it used to be very hyped or trendy. It does presses some buttons that are sleeping inside the Brazilians, basically. So it is interesting to see that. Also, the way the movie changes, like it goes in a starting way, but that changes so much that the movie gets into another vibe by the end of it. It was freaking mind blowing. And yes, it did make me feel in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. But I'm not surprised you haven't watched it because it was also a somewhat cult movie. Like, it got very popular and everything, but it's still a somewhat cult movie. So this is not really working for me. I mean, I could do this, but it changes the track more than what I wanted, but sure. Sure, I will make that change right there. Then I also watched another Brazilian movie because when I was checking people talking about this one movie, Bacurau, they recommend another movie by the same director, so I also watched it. It's probably called the same way in Portuguese as in English. It's called Aquarius. It is a slower movie and not as impactful as the first, but it is somewhat rewarding if you get to the end of it. So I don't regret watching it, but it's kind of slow. And then I watched Mother. It is not a Brazilian movie this time, but it's a movie that I remember people talking a lot about it in the past. And this one I didn't like that much because it went on a metaphor that unfortunately I could not understand by my own. And then the movie did no meaning to me. Like I couldn't understand the messages of the movie. I had ideas, but in the end I was clueless. Like, what did I just watch? And then I had to watch people talking and discussing about the movie to understand the metaphor they went for. And then, oh, okay, now I see what they did. But then when you learn the message like that, it loses the fun, right? It's better when you understand the movie when you're watching the movie. So yeah, I do not like Mother that much because I could not understand the metaphor they were going for. But of course, after somebody tells you what's the metaphor, you get, oh, okay, now everything makes sense. Yeah. So those were the movies I watched this week. And then I went back to the anime of The World Ends With You, because this week was also hype for The World Ends With You, as Square Enix has released a demo of the sequel, like Neo The World Ends With You for the Switch. A friend of mine even played the demo already, and he said that it seems that this sequel will be very connected to the first game somehow. But the anime was also over, like the first season of the anime is complete. So I'm only missing the last episode. Maybe after the stream I'm going to check the last episode. And they did a great job. Of course, I would still prefer playing the game over watching the anime, or like, if you have never seen the story or the plot, play the game and then you watch the anime later. Because playing the game is super fun, it's one of the best DS games, and now I'm expecting this remake for the Switch to be as great as the original, if not better. But they did a great job with the anime. The anime is not bad at all. Of course, Saburo, you have no idea, man. The movie gets so heavy and so graphical, but with a reason. But it's a reason that I believe that only Brazilians will get. So yeah, the movie. I'm even surprised they tried to air that movie, and they did that. They considered, like, let's air this movie on Open TV. It is very graphical, way more graphical than what I was expecting. But it was good. Like, the movie really messes with your ideas and feelings and make you feel in a way that only watching it for you to know it, man. So if you have the chance, I recommend you watching it, but be ready for some graphical scenes. Like, don't watch it with your family. It is going to get disturbing for sure. But it does make you feel a little bit, let's say, thoughtful, and I don't know, it presses buttons of a revolution inside of you because of what it talks about. But anyway, that was my movie experience this week. I was also finishing to watch the fourth season of Elite, a Spanish Netflix series. Didn't like this season as much as the other ones, especially the second and third season. They were very good. This one, I don't know, they started to exaggerate a little bit on the hot scenes of the show. Like every time everything turned out to be sex scenes or something like that was very hot, and they gave less attention to the mystery and drama. So I didn't like that change that much. It's still a good series, but I had higher hopes for it, or for this season. But it's a good show. I still prefer it over Riverdale, for example, that goes around the same lines. And then now, this next week, I have been thinking about watching a Brazilian series. After watching Bacurau, a Brazilian movie, I kind of feel like giving more chances to Brazilian productions that I normally don't check out. And there is this one series that goes around the same lines as Dark, which is like my favorite series of the last years, or probably my favorite series ever. And I believe I'm going to check it out. You haven't watched Aquarius? Yes, I wouldn't recommend Aquarius because it is a slow movie. It's very long, but it is worth. You can like feel the if you are in the right day to watch it, because if you are like hoping to see something that's full of action that goes fast, or a more short story, that's not the good one movie for you to watch. But it does have a crazy twist in the end, but it's only in the end. So basically you need to go through like 2 hours, and then finally something is happening that's kind of impactful in here, you know. The other one I said, it's much better, Bacurau, or Nighthawk in English. But I do think I'm going to jump into some Brazilian content, maybe this next week as well. And then I still need to start watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I'll need to see what Netflix is going to release next month, because I have no idea, maybe there is something good for me to check as well. Oh, I know one thing though, I know that they are going to release the second season of Beastars. Yes, I'm totally watching the second season of it. Gabrielle told me that, yes. I do need to watch more of Beastars because I did like it a lot. Another thing that I heard some news on that I have been watching is the Pokemon anime. And it seems that the fans of the anime can be hyped because in an interview, one of the people behind the anime said that you can really expect almost everybody to return to the anime. So basically, the old characters, the friends of Ash, the characters that you haven't heard or seen in a long time in the anime, you can start to have hopes that they will be back at some point. So that was very exciting news, because that's the expectations the fans are getting to the current season. But we are not sure, like, how many characters would they bring back to the show, or who would they pick to be back to the show and everything. And after that interview, I'm like, okay, I'm expecting everybody to really return. So even though the Pokemon games have been kind of... I'm speaking about Sword and Shield, but also a little bit about the upcoming Legend Arceus game, because I don't know if it's really going to be a very good game, or speaking of its quality, I don't know if they will be able to deliver a very good quality game in time, because I believe they will be rushing, because Diamond Pearl Remix are only 3 months before it. So how are they working on both games together and then giving them both a lot of qualities? I don't know. I hope they can find a way, but knowing the Pokemon Company, I doubt it. One of those two games at least is going to have flaws, and I'm expecting it to be Legend Arceus. But the anime, I'm now hoping they will not mess up with it, because so far it's been fantastic. And after those news as well, I'm down. If the name in English makes sense for the movie, it's because Bakurao is the name of a bird, and it's called Nighthawk. Maybe that's the name of the species in English, right? It makes a little bit of sense because it's a bird that's a very smart bird that hunts during the nighttime. That's why it's called Nighthawk. So it does make a little bit of sense. In other words, that's what every anime does, and then Pokemon didn't do it before because it didn't want. Yes, I agree with you. Pokemon has been for years ignoring its characters, ignoring its past, and now finally they are changing it. And some people may be upset because they will say, "Oh, it's too much of like fan service." But it is the fan service we never had, so I'm not tired of it. I want more fan service. Show me fan service. I take it. Sometimes Subaru they could be doing even a better job, but considering how the anime has always been, it's been very good to follow this season. I believe they will even release it on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. Very soon they are going to drop this season on Netflix, maybe next month. I will tell some of my friends to try checking it out. It's not a bad season. They even had an episode that made me cry because it was very nostalgic. Wait, do I need more mechanics? By the way, Subaru, did you check the Steam sale? Did you see any games in there with a good price or something? Any recommendations? I believe that I will only be buying one game. I bought it already. It's a game that I want to bring to the channel very soon, actually, or still this year if possible. I bought Ord, and it's a game I want to play with everybody. I want to play. I want to play it with like everybody's opinions, and we are going to decide it together because it's a game about choices. It is a very simple idea of a game, and it seems that we pick the paths the story is going to go. And I was thinking that it could be a very fun game to play by using the features of Twitch of like a poll. Especially the poll, not the prediction. The poll is the one that fits it. So as it was on sale right now and it was very close to its record lowest price, I got it finally. You don't buy anything and then you also doesn't look. I get you, man, yeah, but I would at least recommend you doing the following because I'm also doing this. Every time there is a crazy summer sale, a crazy sale on Steam, check the front page of it and see if there is anything about a limited time option for you to get cards from Steam by checking your recommendation games list or recommended games list. So Subaru, do that, man, because they are giving you a card from this promotion or for this sale every day or once per day if you just check your list of games or list of recommended games. The reason why I'm telling you that is because I recently learned, and I believe you also know about this, you can sell those cards and you can make some spare cents by selling those cards, and you can use it to, I don't know, eventually buy a game or help you to buy a game someday, which is exactly what I did this time. I sold all of the cards I got from the games I have played and from those events that were happening, and now that I know they have value, I have been keeping an open eye for them. So it's been like 3 days of summer sale, and I got the 3 cards so far by just checking daily the recommended games list, right? And then after this summer sale is over, I'm going to put those cards to be sold. But yes, the game I bought, Ord, I bought it with just the cash I got from the cards I sold before. So even though it's going to be like a very minor amount of money you're going to make out of that, I do still recommend you doing it because it could help you eventually to get a very cheap game like the one I got, just with the money that Steam can give you. So yeah, check it only for that at least. But even when I'm not buying the games, I do like to follow its prices, so I can have a better idea on which prices they are getting to, or if the sale is a good one, or if it's not. But there is always the website, right? The Steam database website for you to check the prices of like what used to be the oldest, not the oldest, the lowest price that game has ever had on Steam, and then you can see when that was that happened, and then you can compare with the actual price of it. So I can place some more gentle rides and thrill rides on that space right there. And I can go around the go-karts course. But I could also place some other things on those two sides too, right? So this path square that I'm going to build has exits that go to the center, just like this one. So I am going to build stuff right there. I'm going to place the swinging inverter ship right here. If only I had that money. Maybe the motion simulator on the other side. The only game that you were looking towards to was one that's called Dark Deity. I have heard of it. The name sounds familiar to me, which is like a Fire Emblem. Does it have like a good price today? If I have ever tried RimWorld, I have not, but I have an idea of how it's like. I would compare it to maybe... Wait a minute. Wait, now I'm a bit fuzzy on my memories. Is it closer to Terraria, or is it closer to that one that has Factorio, the one that has like lots of industrial things for you to take care of? But I think that RimWorld is closer to Terraria, right? You think I would enjoy it? I'm going to Google just to remember how close is it from Terraria or some other indie games. But I do think it is one of those Terraria looking games. No, never mind. It is actually closer to the Factorio one that I thought. Okay, okay, it's not like Terraria then. Yeah, Factorio was the closest, right? I have seen a little bit of it before. I'm not sure how much I would like it because it's also a survival game. And I have never tried those games still. For example, um, Don't Starve, right? I also have never tried Don't Starve. So I'm not sure. It never really looked that appealing to me, basically. It has maybe a potential, but at the same time, it's always kind of average to me. So I never really went for it. But it is a little bit like a survival as well, isn't it? Or one of those games that you're going to get attacked and then you gotta find resources and then you gotta stay alive. I believe that's a game like that too, just like Don't Starve. Oh, not only Dark Deity but also Koromon. Koromon is not out yet, but Koromon is fantastic. But you have only played the demo. Man, I have so many indie games that I got interested to. Most of them I post on Discord, like my favorite ones that I got to know during E3. But even now, I'm still finding some other games here and there that are not from E3 stuff anymore, but from other recommendations. For example, there is this one called Scarlet Nexus. Have you guys checked this one out? It looks good because it has a lot of anime looking graphics. But when I checked how is the game like, I was like, okay, maybe this is not my favorite genre because I think it has some action and something in there that I'm not that used to be playing. But the game looks good, and then I have seen people talking about it in the past weeks. Pigeon Koromon is so good. I mean, it surprised me a lot. It's very hard for me to get excited from a Poke clone game, but this one had everything I wanted from a Pokemon clone game. It has the kind of the same sound effects. Of course, the Pokemon in there or Koromon in there will look worse than the real ones. They do, but they are still somewhat cool to see or cool to discover. But yes, the graphics are cute, it's charming. I'm excited about the mechanics. So it's like a very good done or well done Pokeclone. So I'm down for it once it's out. So it is a colony sim and survival with RPG. Yeah, it's that survival part that I'm not sure if I would enjoy that much. Oh, Dark Deity is not on sale. It's 47 and 50 reais. Let me see a picture of it. I don't know why, Subber, but this Dark Deity game looks a lot like a mobile game in my opinion. Okay, it does look a lot like a Fire Emblem game. That's another genre that I still need to get into. Strategy or tactics games. Yeah, this is an example of Dark Deity. Okay, people are complaining a lot about my mechanics, so I'm going to hire a new one. Strategy and tactics is not that far from RPGs I have played. I just need to cross the barriers, like I just need to give it a shot and see what happens. And Subaru gave me a very good game for me to try it one day, or at least for me to... He gave me an example of a game that I can see myself jumping into that could be a good start. It's the freaking Pokemon Conquest. I do think that Pokemon Conquest could show me uh, the strategy games in a way that I will start liking them by using the things that I already love, which is Pokemon. So I have been thinking a lot about trying strategy games, starting with Pokemon Conquest if my computer can ever emulate it, which I believe or I hope that it's doable. But the major difference is that usually there is no exploration, but it's pretty deep in its story. That's good. I was also very hyped about the Advanced Wars. Maybe even more than playing a Fire Emblem game, because I have heard people saying so many great things about Advanced Wars' story as well, and the characters. And it looks very charming, so that's another one that I would be down to try playing for the first time. Or I don't know, maybe a wacky strategy game as well, but then I would need to think which one. Before jumping into something like Fire Emblem or even Final Fantasy Tactics. Usually because some do have it. Oh, you mean some games do have exploration? They even announced that Metal Slug Tactics game, right? Although Metal Slug is not a franchise that I like myself, but I was really happy for the fans, or to see it's returning. Definitely one of the greatest surprises out of this E3. You do think that Fire Emblem is a pretty good start in general? But then, which Fire Emblem is the best one like to start? I'm guessing not starting with the first, because unless I play a remake or something. But then, I don't know, I still have some personal blocks with Fire Emblem. I can see myself getting more hyped to play Pokemon Conquest or Advanced Wars than Fire Emblem. It is not a complex game, but not easy, but it's also hard. But the mechanics are simple, but the outcomes can be surprising, as you know. Fire Emblem can have permadeath on troops or off troops. Oh, it's not that hard, I see. I can totally see myself having a somewhat very bloody run when I try it. But sometimes I can also surprise myself for like, for example, what happened to us when I was playing Transistor. That was a new thing to me, and even though, of course, I can't say that I had, let's say, a beautiful run and everything, I, I feel like I did a good job overall speaking. So maybe when I play such a game, I can surprise myself by taking it seriously and really going for good strategies or, not failing every time. Advanced Wars is very fun. I wanna check it out at some point. But also because I felt the hype when it was re-announced during E3 because everybody has been talking about it or like hoping for it to return and then finally it happened. So I was like, holy shit, maybe this is my chance or this is my time to finally try this out. But then Fire Emblem, I don't know, I still have some... I think I would rather play the Final Fantasy Tactics over the Fire Emblem games. Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, people consider it easy. My situation is not the difficulty of it. My situation is more about the medieval looking, my personal blocks, what I know about the game, and more than what I don't know about the game as well, I think that it is not as inviting to me as some other games are. For example, Advanced Wars or the Pokemon Conquest. I was also thinking on that new game called Wargroove, but then Wargroove is a lot like Fire Emblem as well, I think. Oh, computer? Okay, we're back, right? My computer got a second of like working too much, but don't worry, it's okay, we're back. Yeah, I'm sure that there are medieval games that I played that are medieval looking and I ended up liking them. But once again, for me to start playing them was a fight. Going back to Zelda, it took me ages. And then Final Fantasy, I had to play Chrono Trigger first to get the hang of it. And then people were like, you like Chrono Trigger? Try Final Fantasy. And then I finally tried Final Fantasy. So even though I played some of them, it was not an easy path. So I'm trying to find the path that I believe I will enjoy the most, even if it's not the easiest one. I agree, fantasy is usually medieval looking. And I even said this many times that Final Fantasy 16 is looking great to my eyes, even though it's probably one of the most medieval looking Final Fantasy so far. And I'm liking it because it's looking different than what we have been getting lately out of Final Fantasy games. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm telling you how I feel about those games, and I still have something on Fire Emblem that doesn't go down, it's still stuck somehow. The same about Castlevania, like I still don't feel the hype or love or passion for playing or trying a Castlevania game. And then I think I'll need to play something else that's going to be introductory or like start to change my way of seeing that game instead of jumping right away into it. Because there is also the high expectations from others too. For example, people love Fire Emblem, people love Final Fantasy Tactics, people love Metroid, people love Castlevania. And as I do not feel any of that love right now, I do feel worried that by the time I start playing such a game, I will not enjoy it like people do. And then that's also why I kinda want to prepare myself for when that happens, so I can at least really feel something about enjoying that game and understand why people like them so much, instead of jumping at them when I'm not feeling ready for them. Because, I don't know, maybe if I jump into one of those titles, it's it could be not the right time for me to be playing them, and then I can have a bad experience. But I don't know. It's also unsure when is it the right time for you to do something. Nobody knows. But I kind of want to imagine that I have some sort of control over that. It's totally psychological, by the way. Dark Deity, from what I have heard, doesn't have permadeath, but the character loses statuses, which makes sense, and it's going to be like a consequence of a lost fight. That's actually a very good change, because it's a little bit like playing Dark Souls. You do not like return to the beginning of the game, but you lose your upgrades and you lose your souls and you lose some power-ups you have gotten, right? So you do get a punishment, but you do not need to go over the entire thing because you had a death or something. Hey, Chill Mode, how are you, man? I did like the previous games like Chrono, Final Fantasy VII. You're right. You're right about that, yes. But maybe because I was ready for them. And as I'm telling you, I don't know if I'm ready for Fire Emblem still. But I feel ready to play Pokemon Conquest. About that, if you wanna see a strategy game in here, maybe you should be trying to change the name of your suggestion and recommendation, because I feel more tempted to play Advanced Wars and Pokemon Conquest. And like I'm telling you, after playing another title like that, the chances of like being convinced to go into Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy Tactics, in case I appreciate those other games, is higher. Will we ever see Digimon World 2 playthrough? Maybe even Digimon World 3? Or maybe even Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, right? That some people say it's also a good game, even though it's completely different. Yes, we can have hopes, but then again, when is that going to happen? I can't guarantee, right? Because we are dedicating a lot of time on Digimon World, so I believe we are going to have a long break after it before starting another Digimon game. But I do want to play them as well, because I'm enjoying this first game a lot. I know the other ones are going to be different, they won't be the same, and maybe not as good. And then probably I won't be spending the same amount of time I'm spending on this first one. But I do want to check them, yeah, for sure. It was about time in my life for me to try the Digimon games, as Digimon has been a big part, especially of my childhood. So definitely you can wait more games from the franchise to be here, although I'm telling you it's going to take a long time, probably some years in there. Because I need to go to the other games that are in the queue, right? I also want to play some indie games and minor games that probably I can finish them faster. And the other big titles too, for example, Golden Sun. And also Dragon Quest. I put on my brain that I want to play a Dragon Quest game. Hopefully not that long from now. I kinda gave it more priorities. For example, today I would feel better, or I would feel more tempted to play a Dragon Quest game over some other priorities I had. For example, Wild Arms. Today I think that I would prefer going for Dragon Quest instead of Wild Arms. It is weird, I know it's weird, that you feel more likely to play Advanced Wars, which you know it stinks and... I know! Over some other medieval fantasy looking games. But it's because it's charming. It has the tanks, it has the war, it has everything. But I don't know, it is charming, and I am... Maybe the same rule of like horror games and me and horror movies and me work on this case. I'm curious. If I'm jumping into Resident Evil, it's because I'm curious to know what's going to happen. I'm curious about the plot. I'm curious to see Advanced Wars because I heard that the characters are amazing, and I have no idea how is that from just the trailers. And I'm curious, but about Fire Emblem, I'm not that curious because maybe I have an expectation of what to expect that won't be that surprising to me. And I don't know. Advanced Wars, I haven't seen a lot. Fire Emblem, I hear a lot of things. It's curiosity as well. I'm more curious to try that game over the other one, and then it kind of drives me to go after it. The park is looking good, right? Even though it took us 3 hours to finally do this today and also finish the coaster, the Baconator. Now it has the barrel rolls in both sides. I think I will leave it like this, guys. Like this path on the Fanta. I think I'm going to leave it like that. It's not super creative, but it's fine, right? There are other areas of the park you can be more creative than this. Is this right, or do I need to change this? Thankfully, it's correct. Okay, there we go. We now can have the 2 go-kart tracks going on, which I hope will be a very good boost to our finances. And now we are out of thrill rides and gentle rides, so give us shops and roller coasters. And I'm going to save the game because this gave me a lot of work. Advanced Wars, right? Chill mode, it used to be huge, but Nintendo forgot about it. Actually, there was a DS game, but it was not as great as the GBA ones, as people say. But it's been a while since we have seen news about them. There are so many nostalgic games, and then the horror games. Yes, I still can't see myself playing horror games, but Little Nightmares. Yeah, that's the one horror game that I'm curious to see or to play. So what I need to do is to talk about more underground unknown games. After what this E3 did to me, Gabriel, regarding indie games and underground games and how surprised and tempted to play them I am, yes, I have been very open to some underground recommendations lately. The goal in here is for us to get an income from ride tickets of 10,000 per month, but I'm not really focusing on that. Also because we are a little bit far from it. We are not even at 2,000, we need 10,000. But yeah, it's an easy objective. It's like not timed based, so it's easy. Resident Evil 4 is the best. I believe that for the players, yes. But I think I would say that the ones I enjoyed watching the most were the first one that I watched, which was Resident Evil 2, which was the one that I was like, okay, after seeing grasps of this game, I gotta understand what the heck is happening. So I do like Resident Evil 2 a lot because it was the one that made me curious to see what is going on in this story. I also did like Resident Evil 8 as well. Even though it has the most terrifying creature I have seen in my life, that I will never see it again. By the way, I will always cover my eyes when it's showing up. I did like 8 as well. But 4, I understand it's like the one that people likes the most. But for some reason, as an spectator, because I didn't play them, I have only watched people playing those games. Or I have watched like videos that were summarizing the stories and the plots. The fourth one is good, but like I prefer those two that I said. Maybe because I dedicated more time to check them out than 4 maybe. Um, for example, I watched the whole playthrough of Resident Evil 8 and 2, but the fourth one I believe I have only seen the summary video of the story. Played Little Nightmares, you were about to say fun to watch puzzles. The puzzles is what made me curious to check them out. Those two Little Nightmare games. I'm very curious to try the puzzles in there. I'm glad that it's not horror then, because if it is easy to deal, then fine. It won't be terrifying to me, that sounds like good. But it's the puzzles of the Little Nightmare games that got my interest. Even though they are, let's say, promoted as horror games. Resident Evil 4 is super good, Little Nightmares is stressful. Wait, it is a big game? I didn't know that. Resident Evil 8 was nonsense. It feels like there were 4 to 5 different teams working on different games. I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, it mixes up many genres and many things together in there, yes. But in the end I like that. Once I finished watching it, I felt like, okay, the fans of the action Resident Evil games can have their time to shine, and the fans of the, let's say, puzzle-solving Resident Evil games have their time to shine, and the fans of, I don't know, stay far away from that thing that's sicking you. Also, I felt like Resident Evil 8 was like a tribute to everything they have done so far. There is the part that's action-based like Resident Evil 6 and 5. There is the part that's puzzle-solving like the original one. There is the part that has explore but be careful because something is seeking you. I don't know, I like the blend. But I understand your point. It is a very mixed up game and it does feel that many people worked on it together. Yes, I get that. But to me it was something good. Regarding the story, I agree with you that it may not be the best story ever. But I like the creativity for at least some of it, not all of it. For example, the third section of Resident Evil 8, I didn't think it was very creative exactly because of Resident Evil 4, that also had a monster that goes around the same lines of the one they put as the third boss of Resident Evil 8. Dimitrescu was a big fake though. Dimitrescu was somewhat terrifying, more as a woman than the monster in my opinion. And because of she being that tall. Should we do something on the center here? No, this looks bad, right? It gets too orange. I'm not sure how to, I don't know, add something to this center. But I need to work on the rest of the gentle rides. So let's do them above the water level this time. Yeah, this is going to look nice if we place them above the water level. Were they... Oh my god, they were 2 levels down? Okay, so this needs to be 2 levels up. I could swear they were only 1 level down, but sure. That right there was wrong. By the way, Gabriel, I was even mentioning this earlier. I still need to see or to listen to the Sonic Orchestra special they did this week. But how was it? I think you were a bit disappointed because they didn't play the Escape from the City music. But what did you think about it? Was it good for the other songs? They remade Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, yes. Yeah, probably Resident Evil 4 is the next one they are going to remake. Logically speaking, that makes sense. Or Code Veronica. I believe some people really wanted to see Code Veronica getting a remake. Oh, it was amazing, so I'm definitely going to check it out. Yeah, Chomo, this week was the 30th anniversary of Sonic, and to celebrate, they did an orchestra to play some of their biggest hits, right? And I believe it is all on YouTube, but I still haven't checked it out. Oh, never mind. So they played Escape from the City. There we go. I felt like they kind of skipped it, but they were just saving it for the end. Can I see through paths or something? Okay, this is helpful. There we go. Oh, you have been listening to it again today on the background? You're feeling nostalgic, Chill Mode? Chill Mode, I don't know if you play PC games or if you're aware of Epic Games free games, but since you're feeling nostalgic towards Sonic, Epic Games is giving away Sonic Mania. So definitely go get it in case you still don't have it. I love Sonic Mania. I can't wait to bring the Sonic games to the channel as well so we can play them. Especially because I still have a debt with Sonic 2, which was actually my first game ever, or my first console was a Sega Genesis and it came with Sonic 2 cartridge. So it was my first game, even though I probably played another game before that. But I never beat Sonic 2 without using save states, so I hope I can do that by the time I'm streaming it. How long is that concert, Gabriel? Is it like 2 hours long? Or is 2 hours too much? Sega with Sonic, they should make another Sonic Mania game. Oh, it is around 2 hours? Man, they are playing a lot of music then. I will probably need to listen to it in parts, right? I don't know why is it taking that long for us to raise the money for the cinema. I was expecting the cards to be more profitable. Half of it is the orchestra, and then the other half is Crush 40. It's a rock band that makes and plays the songs. That makes sense because Sonic music is so different throughout the years, right? So I can understand some of those songs getting the focus of an orchestra and some other songs getting the focus of a rock band. In the case of Escape from the City, did they have vocals? Or was it only the melody? Oh yeah, I was asking Subaru earlier, Gabriel, if he has watched Bacurau. Have you watched Bacurau? Because I watched it this week. And it was a very shocking movie. From what Subaru looked up on Steam... Oh, so there is a section, it's on the very bottom of the front page, that talks about the list of recommended games. In Portuguese, lista de recomendações, right? Of Steam. And then during this summer sale, every time you check that list once per day, at the end of all of the games they are recommended to you for you to be skipping or checking, you get a card. And then that card is a promotional card from the event that can be sold on Steam. So basically try finding where you can check your recommended games list, the ones that Steam creates by its algorithm to recommend to you. And then once you finish checking all of the games they have on that list, which is around 10 to 12 games, you can simply skip them if you want, but sometimes they do suggest or recommend some interesting games that you could like. Once that list is over, then you are going to get a new item on your inventory, that's the card. So now that I know that those cards can be sold on Steam, I'm paying extra attention to when those things are happening, of like you can check the suggested games and then they can give you an item to your inventory. They also have another thing in there that's like to give you stickers or emojis. That's also okay, but you cannot sell those things on Steam, so it's not that necessary. But they are also having that going on, and it's more advertised than what I'm talking about. But just try to find your recommended games list. So some songs appear 2 times on the orchestra version with the band with the vocals. 30 years of Sonic, yeah, right. Blowing in cartridges, playing on the old TVs, no memory cards and then password days. Yeah, the big old games, that's for sure. By the way, finally, we can have a cinema in here. Uh, I'm talking about the stickers on Steam. Like when you chat on Steam with your friends or something, you can use some emojis or stickers in there. And then you can get some customized ones depending on the choices you make on their story game that's going on during this sale. Very interesting story game, by the way, but I got some very disturbing stickers out of my results. There are some very creepy ones, but they are creative. Yeah, the old square black and white TV. I mean, never mind, not the black and white TV, but I mean the squared, heavy, thick TV. It has a name, right? Was it called the tube TV or something? It has a name. What else do I need to build? I need to build the Gravitron. CRT? CRT, right? I almost said it like CTR, which is Crash Team Racing. Yeah, CRT. There we go. The CRT TVs. And then the T is for the tubes, right? Electro, what did you think about this new section here, man? I wish I could do a different path to the ocean, but I ended up doing something like this because it would give me too much work and I couldn't think on anything else. But I guess I will try connecting that side to the rest of the island right there so it looks symmetrical. And then we made that double go-karts in the center that looks like an X or I don't know, that weird shape. Yeah, the go-karts was the answer I got for the crazy creation I did in here. Even though I had initially a different idea, I was thinking on like a mountain or a pyramid of Fanta. But I don't know, I decided to stop it right there at the lower level because it looked fine. And there is even a tribute to Tetris, like with that Tetrimido on the middle. So I'm leaving it like that. Dude, the floppy disks to play Pokemon, that was my childhood. I put so many viruses to my parents' laptop. To my parents' laptop, the word in English is laptop, because of floppy disks with the Pokemon ROMs. And then like um, you need to connect to the internet by using your phone, and then nobody could call you during that time. That's the day. Jurassic Park. People talk very well, or they say great things about the Jurassic Park games. They announced one on E3, and people were very excited for it. But Jurassic Park is not like something that I really like, even though I have watched a couple movies. That one looks cool. You know a movie that I'm still wondering if I will or not check it out. The Jumanji remake. Because I did watch the original as a kid, it traumatized me because of the giant spiders. But I wonder if I should tackle the remake to see if I would not be scared of it today. The phone internet was OG, man. During the late night, because then the risks for somebody to be calling you would be at the lowest, so you kinda had to use the internet during the late night. You watched it, the original Jumanji? Oh, wait, did you also watch the remake? I guess I'll give it a shot then. A movie that I think I would like to rewatch after so many years is The Goonies. Yeah, The Goonies was a very good movie, but it's been so long that I should remember the details of it by rewatching it. You felt that one? I remember being so scared. Only because of the spiders. And I don't even have a big arachnophobia, but it's because on that movie they looked somewhat terrifying for the age of the movie, of course. But the remake feels different. Oh, do you mean it's like a sequel? It's not really a remake? It happens 20 years later? The Goonies, right? The Goonies is great. I actually have a book of The Goonies, but I never read it. Gabriel usually don't watch stuff. The movies that I normally rewatch are the Harry Potter movies, Wall-E, like every time Wall-E is on, I'm kinda checking it out. I watched or rewatched a lot of the X-Men movies too. Those are the ones that I'm always going back. But then sometimes I think about going back to the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Yeah, those are the ones that I normally go back. X-Men, Harry Potter, and sometimes Wall-E. Why rewatch them when you can see something new? I don't know, depends. You wanna remember a movie that you have forgotten? But yes, most of times I do watch new things. I like how the level is giving us orange-based rides without the need for us to be changing its colors, you know? It's like they are picking it maybe by RNG, but it's really fitting the park. If something is on TV when you're skipping channels, yeah, I may let it there. That's me and Wally, yeah. But you don't go out of your way to watch them. I see, you don't pay too much attention then. I mean, if it is something that's very complex for you to understand, for example, Dark, the Netflix series Dark, it is worth for a second watch. In my case, I loved it so much and I went so crazy for it that I watched it 5 times. But sometimes complex things can be worth a second watch. So you can grasp what you missed. Unless, of course, you didn't really like that story or that content that much, and then you can totally, I don't know, watch a YouTube video that explains it to you. Oh yeah, Donnie Darko. I watched Donnie Darko a couple times already. Or Mr. Nobody, which is my favorite movie. I forgot about those. A movie that I wanted to rewatch is one called I Heart Huckabees. It's a weird movie about. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's like this one weird group of like therapists and detectives that try to investigate problems in some people's lives, and they come up with some, let's say, philosophical ideas to how to change their lives. It is a thoughtful, wacky movie. It's even a comedy of some sort, but I don't know. It has a good energy to that movie, and I kind of wanted to rewatch it. Oh, I haven't seen Donnie Darko 2 because people say it's a tragedy. Yeah, I haven't checked that one out. Hey, Ultros, how are you, man? How's it going? I'm doing alright. I was getting hungrier, but now it's fine. We are talking about rewatching things or nostalgic movies. We started the stream by talking about nostalgic games, but now it's nostalgic movies. By the way, Ultros, how was your trip? Are you back to Canada? Some remain classic, like Clint Eastwood westerns. That's my dad. My dad is always watching western movies. Always. Today he was watching it on YouTube. He never gets tired of western movies. He has watched all of them two, three times already. It's all he can watch. Western movies. With Ennio Morricone music. There is a Donnie Darko too, yeah, but people say it's shit. It was a long week in Texas. How was the weather in there too? Because everybody has been saying it's been super hot. I imagine it was a furnace in Texas. But now you're back home, there we go. You sure am nice. How was your interaction with the Brazilian? Could you guys find a food dish that you didn't hear about before? Could he surprise you somehow, or did I spoil you a lot before he had the chance to give you a suggestion of a Brazilian dish that you have never heard of? By the way, that right there is wrong. I wonder if he was able to say or mention a Brazilian dish that I have never brought up. It is possible because there are many things, but from what you told me so far, it seems that he failed miserably. You were like a complete course on Brazilian cuisine before he could teach you something. One day of a very reasonable hot day, and then every other day was the hottest you have ever felt, and you loved it. Okay, at least somebody is happy about the heat. You guys bonded. That's great. I was also thinking like how funny it is when you, I don't know, you learn about curious facts or curious things that you may expect never to be using that information in your life. For example, like random Brazilian dishes, like when am I going to really, talk about it with somebody else or something? And then boom, life throws you a person that wants to talk about wants to talk about that with you, and then you're like, but I know that he hasn't. So I thought it was so funny you could have that conversation and you could use the knowledge not only when you try the food yourself, of course, but like with another opportunity right there to share that knowledge. It was totally something, man. I'm happy you had the chance to show him that you learned and you know what he was talking about. Gabriel is from the mindset that a lot of people don't really know what a bad movie is. General people, yes, I agree because so many movies are popular, and then to me at least they are bad. But there is also the fact that some people watch movies for the experience of going to the movies more than maybe watching a movie that's going to change them somehow. Some people just like to go to the movies, for example. And some other people just like, I don't know, general Hollywoodian movies with like lots of action and visual effects. And that's enough for them, which is okay, I guess, but it's definitely not my thing. We didn't talk too much, I just kept sharing your knowledge, and he kept laughing. Okay, so he did not try to tell you about one specific dish. There was one thing that you had to try and you couldn't remember. Oh, the caipirinha. Yeah, caipirinha. Caipirinha is a lime alcoholic drink made with sugarcane alcoholic drink, right? Which is the cachaça. You feel comforted by the heat. You were flying on a private jet. Ooh, that's fancy. And getting super treatment the whole time. Okay, I'm happy to hear that even though you went there for work, it was a lot of fun. Really did live large, looking forward to going back. He really endorsed the carrot cake. I know, right? The carrot cake is amazing. Telling everybody to try it. I also like that I'm not the only one trying to make people to try out Brazilian things. And his mom makes it all the time. My mom almost did it today here. But as it was getting late, I told her to save it for another day, probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow she's going to bake it. Not really, I mean, people should watch more trash stuff, like the Chinese movies and then Indian Bollywood before saying that a movie is bad. No matter if it is a famous movie. Yeah, there are levels of bad, right? I see what you're saying. But people will judge basing on what they have watched in their lives, so as people will never watch the same movies. Like the movies I have watched are not the ones you have also watched. So when you are judging a movie, it's totally going to be different. It sounds like a good time. It does. Brazilian barbecue and Texan barbecue is some top level barbecue. Emily has been eating some barbecue out there and posting her pictures on Discord. I ate barbecue this week though, but as my parents try to, I don't know, keep it healthier, if I could put it that way, we had chicken sausage. Do you guys have chicken sausage in the US? I never asked that before. I imagine you have it, but instead of like having a pork sausage, it's chicken. So my mom, especially, she buys that when my parents want to make a barbecue at my place, but they don't want me to be eating the unhealthy pork sausage. But when I order barbecue from other places, I order the pork one. You guys mostly ate tacos. And I'm still trying to get. I can't get it. Oh, finally, there we go. The food was shit, to be honest. Oh, you mean it was bad? There was pizza from one place that was very good. Wait, I'm now confused. Was it shit for like being fantastic or shit for being trash? But speaking of pizza, I gotta make it. I gotta ask you something that I have been asking everybody today. We do have chicken sausage and turkey sausage, but it's like not mainstream. Yeah, it's not mainstream here either. But my mom believes it's a healthier option, so when they're barbecuing, she always goes for that one, thinking that she's going to make me healthy. Exactly, that's what my mom does. It's advertised as the healthier alternative to pork and beef, correct. I believe that's a picture. Um, Let me go there. But Ultras, have you ever heard of butter on pizza? Because I heard of that, and after the discussion, we came to the conclusion that a place that does it in the US is the Papa John's. But yes, I heard of butter on pizza, and at first I was like, what? It sounds so weird. But then I realized that when you eat like a crepe, sometimes they offer or they serve butter, right, as well for you to have with your crepe. And then, even though I don't like it, it is very common. When you order a crepe, it comes with butter. But thinking that for a pizza sounded very weird, but what do you think? Like, have you ever seen it? And was it from Papa John's? But still, I think I would pass on that because I don't like butter that much. I prefer margarine. Oh, it's actually a picture of Ultras and the freaking plane. Look at that. I'm happy that the trip was also all safe and everything. I don't know if I would feel that safe when traveling by such a small jet. But there you go. And the day is super hot, as we were saying. There you go, man. That was a very great trip you did to Texas. So the food was shit. Hotel bar only had small snack type food, which was all shit, and then the tacos we got were always dry and cold. And then the meat was like so shitty and full of hard bits and cartilage. Oh, there we go. Actually, we had Middle Eastern food, which was nice. Middle Eastern food is great. Then grilled steak kebabs with rice and salad that I really liked. We for some reason never had any barbecue. Yeah, it's interesting because I believe Texas is known for its barbecue as well, right? I was asking you if you have ever had or if you have ever seen butter on pizza. You order a pizza and then people offer you butter. Because this week I was talking to a Brazilian that has visited the US. I'm not sure, but I believe she was around New York. And she told me that she was very disappointed on pizzas of the US because she said that even butter on pizza she has seen. And then I was like, what? But then, with the discussion in here, I remember that when you eat crepes, they offer butter for you to spread on the crepe. Although I don't do it because I don't like it. So it now makes a little bit more of a sense to me, but still sounds very weird. And then Pilot did the research, and then it seems that the restaurant or pizzeria that does it the most in the US is Papa John's. If you order pizza there, they can give you a butter, you know. So, although they were also saying, Pilot and Meowser, that Papa John's pizza is kind of bad. So, yeah, the butter may not save it in case it makes it taste better somehow. Oh no, no thanks, Too Greasy. Yes, I was surprised by that. I will confirm that information if I get to talk to this girl again. If she remembers if the pizzeria or the place where she got the pizza was Papa John's. But she was saying that she was very disappointed on the pizzas in America. She was like, pizzas in Brazil are way better. And on the other hand, she was very pleased or like very happy by trying the burgers. She was saying that the burgers in there are fantastic, they taste amazing and everything. And the other thing about she or about her is that she's a chef too. Or I don't know how's her experience, but she did study some cooking lessons or she took some lessons. Although her specialty today is more regarding desserts. She sells desserts, Brazilian desserts, in here. But like, as it's a word from a chef, I kind of tend to believe it more. So when she said that, in her opinion, the pizzas were horrible, I was like, this is the first time I hear somebody criticizing American pizzas. But then probably it's because she went to a bad place or like she only had that one experience. Although you're also saying that the tacos where you went were shit, so there are pizzas that have melted butter or garlic. Yeah, garlic butter was the one that people brought up in here too. And then that's when I remember the crepes, that people use garlic butter on crepes. But honestly, I have never seen butter on pizza in here. Not even the garlic butter. Which is tasty since once you usually get to the crust, yeah, people were saying that you can use it on the crust. It is a little plain depending on the place. Electro even brought up that it's common when you're eating some breadsticks, and then I can see it happening more as well. But when you go out to eat pizza, in my opinion, butter is like not one of the things you're going to taste when you leave your home, you know. And then I'm now surprised to see that it could be an option, and there is an option in some places. But most big pizza chains like Papa John's, their garlic dip is mayo, garlic, melted, oh, melted butter with the mayo? I mean, if it is mixed with mayo, I think I wouldn't mind it that much. But butter alone, then I pass. Oh my god, I got it right in the first try. I mean, you see, I just jinxed myself. So you find the American pizzas are like very different by the region. They are their own category. There is the Chicago style, there is the Detroit style, there is the New York style. Yes, I heard from the New York style before, which is that very specific pepperoni pizza, right? That everybody only says fantastic things. You find even New Jersey has its own style when you go there. But then there is the places like Domino's, Papa John's, all over the place. Yeah, Domino's, I believe it's somewhat good. But then after this investigation towards Papa John's, I'm now more... Maybe Papa John's is not that great. And they're usually very thick though, which is not a problem to me, but some people in Brazil can be upset about that. Here, there is a trend that thin pizzas are better, so it's getting to the taste of most people. But to me, I do like thick dough pizzas, maybe even more than the thin ones. Very processed, salty, seasoned sauces. Very basic pizza cheese. That's different from mozzarella even. And some salty toppings. No investigation to get who is the pizzeria that could be selling pizzas with butter. And then it seems that it's Papa John's. It is a very good product, yeah. It's also very good for the thing we have here that's like rodizos, which is pretty much the buffets. You pay a certain money and then you can eat all you want. And then when they are serving those thin pizzas, you can eat more, right? You can stay there for longer because they are not going to make you as full or satiated. I know you like that word, Ultras. If you were eating the thick crust pizzas, right? So they are very common in rodizos in here or buffets. By the way, I miss those buffets a lot because they were the shit. They were freaking good. I even miss the one weird pizza we have in my city. You were talking about traditional styles for pizzas. My city has this one place that sells French fries pizzas. So I miss that one. But it's only there that I have seen it. So there are like the traditional Italian. Oh, I miss the freaking margarita pizzas. Wood fire pizzas that have the crust with the burnt spot. Those are so good. I almost bought pizzas this week since we are talking about it, and I was also saying previously that I should bake pizzas or I should order pizzas. The only reason why I did not buy the pizzas was because when I was checking the ratings for the place I had in mind, the ratings were not that good. So I kinda gave up on that. And I haven't baked pizza because we kinda don't have the ingredients for it now. French fries pizza. Yeah, there is a restaurant in my city, not my hometown, but the city where I live, that they have the French fries pizza. It's not like amazing, but it's good. The trendy pizza around the town are these styles. I'm going to check that soon. Let me just try to find a French fries pizza picture. The dough is like fake lips, but the base... Okay, yes, that can happen too. I see that happening a lot on Pizza Hut. Yeah, you can kinda ask or order for a very thick crust. It can even have some sort of filling, and then the rest is kind of thin, right? So I'm not finding a very good picture because okay, maybe this one. But it's not a very good picture either. Okay, but just to give you an idea, this could be a French fries pizza, for example, but it's not a very good picture. What I found on Google were more like pizza throwing fries on the pizza and then that's it, like normal fries. No, the fries get burned with the pizza a little bit, like on this one. But this was not a very good quality pizza picture. As I was saying, it's not very common. I only know that one restaurant that does it. The trendy pizzas around town are this style. Oh my god. Okay, I won't try that so much. I love the thick crust. Like some people would like not go for it, but I do like it. I like the taste of it, especially when it has those small burns. I do like pineapple pizzas. I don't order it myself, but if somebody is offering it to me, I like it. It is a somewhat creative pizza, yeah. But the weirdest pizza I have heard of, and it surprised me that it won like a challenge in MasterChef Brazil. Do not forget it. It's the lettuce pizza. The lettuce pizza was the wildest idea I have seen, even crazier than this butter one. Lettuce pizza, and then the judges of MasterChef enjoying it, winning over pepperoni pizza, winning over so many other traditional styles. I don't know what happened on that day, but lettuce pizza could be a thing. Not in my imagination though, but the restaurant you were at, we had a pizza that had sweet potato. You see, that's already different. Sweet potato roasted with rosemary, and then some caramelized onions, Azego cheese, and something else. You made hundreds of them, but hundreds of which ones? Lettuce pizza chill mode. I can show you a picture of it as well. And it won the challenge. It was a MasterChef competition, and the judges went for the lettuce pizza as the winner. I don't know if they were trolling, but that has happened in Brazilian history. And everybody was like, WTF? How can somebody win a pizza challenge with a lettuce pizza? The person did it. By the way, it looks horrible as well, but you would actually think a taco-themed pizza could use some shredded lettuce as a garnish? Once again, now that you're saying that, it makes more sense to it, yes. A mac and cheese pizza? Jesus. Mac and cheese pizza sounds wild. Which, by the way, I still gotta try mac and cheese myself. I have never had it. I need to try mac and cheese, tomato soup. This... is there a better picture? Okay, so I found the original one from the show. But it doesn't show the whole picture of the pizza, it's only a part, but it shows the judge. I love how she's kinda crying, but that's the lettuce pizza of the show. But they loved it. In the end, that was the winner. That freaking green pizza. But after Ultra said it could be like a taco pizza or something, you know what? He has a point in there. I just think that this pizza doesn't look good because they exaggerated on the amount of lettuce. But if it is just a little bit, like he said, maybe it could work. No, not Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay probably would have had a different reaction. Mac and cheese always strays too far. It is honest, just good, as like mac and cheese, but that's it. The worst I have heard about mac and cheese was the powdered mac and cheese. That was like something that I do not want to see in my life, because it sounds disgusting. But the normal mac and cheese, I still gotta try that. It loses its strength when it's manipulated. I think it's manipulated and fried and all of that. No, it's not arugula. Although pizza with arugula is common, the sun-dried tomatoes arugula, that's a common topping for pizza in here. It's okay, it's not my favorite, but it's okay. It's because I don't like the sun-dried tomatoes that much, but I love arugula. No, that was lettuce, but in very crazy stripes, right? Remember that for the best type of mac and cheese, it's better to buy or to use heavy cream. That's okay because heavy cream is super common in here. I have that every time in my pantry. It is filled with lettuce. They bake the pizza and then at least that, right? Because otherwise they would burn the lettuce. The lettuce was placed on top of it. But believe me, the judges, there were three of them, they all got the lettuce pizza as the winner. So there was something going on in there that really matched a balance that allows lettuce to be on pizza. But yeah, at least was not on the oven together with the pizza, because otherwise there were no chances it could work. Do I have any other size 3 square? I have the towers, right? But I want to save the towers for another area. I already have the scrambled eggs. I think I need to build the Enterprise and the bumper cars. The bad thing about what I'm doing right now is that I'm kinda covering the amazing wavy path that's behind those rides, but this is the spot I decided to do it, right? At least you can see it right here. You'll be able to see it here too because the Enterprise is kinda short, so it's okay. That's very common. Do you mean the sun-dried tomatoes and arugula? It is, but not my favorite. It could be like a Turkish pizza and then some lettuce on top. We are still having Digimon, yeah. No, it's still Digimon. We are now playing curling there. I know, it was 1 week because of E3, and I forgot what happened on the other week, but we had like 2 weeks or 2 weekends. Oh yeah, it was... I forgot the other reason why. Oh wait, maybe I remember now. Maybe it was 1 week because I was fixing my computer, and the other week because I had E3 to watch on Sunday. But last weekend we had Digimon, yes. But unfortunately it was not a very... we didn't do progress last time. We didn't get a good Digimon, and we are still working on finding new items. And then we lost the tournament battles as well, so it was not a very good stream regarding progression. But tomorrow we'll be trying more of the curling minigame because according to Subaru it's possible I can get a good item out of that. Man, the Enterprise is super expensive. But we are now having Ogremon. Yeah, we got Ogremon as a result. And because he can't digivolve into a new ultimate, I decided to do other things like playing curling or going for the tournament. We are now going for the curling. So we finally got to 2,000 of profit from the ticket rides. Wait, ride tickets, there we go. Oh, I forgot to raise the floor there as well. But at least I can open the ride. So I think that after I finish building those rides on this section right here, I'm going to call it. And then next weekend we can try maybe completing the ocean part, or maybe going for the islands. It's crazy that I only have a coaster. I should consider having a second coaster soon, right? But then as I'm going creative on this level, I should make my own coaster, I believe. So I would need to think where is a good spot for me to build a new coaster. I'm actually surprised that people are not complaining that they are getting lost. Because this, in my opinion, has been one of the most confusing parts so far, but nobody's complaining. Especially because there is no connection between this path and the island, so how are they not getting lost? But sure. Speaking of the fries pizza, so this girl that gave me the idea of like butter on pizza, like I said earlier, she was teaching how to cook or how to bake a brownie, but she also said that, oh, I'm losing some frames. I'm giving it some time to recover. games. Okay, is it back? Okay, I think it's back. That was not my computer, it's again my internet or the servers. She was talking about a pie, a savory pie, that according to her it's super easy to make. And after she said the idea of the pie, I was like, I must learn how to do this. It was a cherry tomato and basil pie. Dude! I can't wait for her to, I don't know, tell me how can I do it, because I must try that out. Yes, I have been dreaming with a cherry tomato and basil pie. Wait, you know Guaranacho mode? Have you ever had that? Guarana is my favorite soda, but I have been avoiding soda, so I haven't drunk it in a while or in a long time. But it's my favorite. I like it more than Coke or more than a lemon or lime soda, more than Fanta, even though this is the Fanta level. This has been looking like a good park, right? I struggled in the beginning, but there we go. We are shaping it in a weird way that it deserves. And surprisingly, it's all about the ocean. Like, I haven't really done much on the land. Cherry tomato and basil pie, man. I was like dreaming with the idea now. It could be like a quiche, right? Or a quiche. I'm not sure how is it pronounced. Maybe it's quiche, right? But I need to see. I need to see how is it really, because uh, quiches are like. Wait, are they covered? No, they are not covered, right? They are open. So, you know what? Maybe it is going to be very close to a quiche. Oh, Sabri is saying, I remember to ask, have you watched any gameplay of Pokemon United? Oh, I have not. I have not, but I heard that they were testing the servers in Japan. I was even talking about Pokemon Unite earlier today because I was mentioning toxic games like League of Legends. And then I was saying I hope that the Pokemon game doesn't get as toxic. But yeah, they were testing the servers in Japan, right? It looks okay. It seems that you need to score some points by, I don't know, it's like it has some sort of basketball looking way of scoring points, which surprised me. But it's looking okay. I'm not excited to play it myself, but what about you, Sabro? Did you like what you saw? I haven't seen the gameplays or the playthroughs, but I only heard the impressions and that they were beta testing it in Japan, but some people could play it from distance by, you know, doing some shenanigans. Oh, you saw a Brazilian barbecue video, and then there was the Guarana. Guarana is super good. It is very good, yeah. It's from a Brazilian berry. Quiche is closer. Okay, so it's like in Portuguese. In Portuguese, it's quiche, yeah. Pokemon Unite is the League of Legends of Pokemon, kind of. No, it's just like MOBA, League of Legends. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I use the right genre, right? I'm not used to those genres, so maybe I can be saying the wrong one, but I think it is a MOBA, isn't it? Okay, there we go. It is a MOBA. Subber is saying that not much. It is like a basketball MOBA, so you did notice the basketball thing I was saying, right? Multiplayer online battle arena. Yeah, but when you say it like that, does it sound a bit generic? Like battle of what? I don't know, it sounds a bit generic. It is a bit weird for those that have a favorite Pokemon. If their favorite Pokemon became a minion or just like a jungle, so it kind of lost its importance or something. This song is pretty crazy. Which song? Oh, you mean the one in the game? It's the best song I have heard in this game. You're talking about the fantasy style one then. Man, my phone is kinda glitching right now. There we go. Let me try muting the rest so you can listen to it. But first let me finish this Bumper Cars, which has actually one of my favorite songs in the game. Yeah, that beat right there, it's very subtle, but I love it. You're talking about the fantasy style. I think it is from the Flying Saucer that just broke down. Um, just to show it to you, let me go to a very far, far away land. Then I can build a slide. Okay, I need some more handyman. And then in here, in this vast silence, you can listen to it well. But you're probably talking about the fantasy style. It is the first time we kinda play it. I liked it more than... Man, my phone is crazy. More than the space and alien themed tracks. There we go. It's a bit Final Fantasy, right? Yeah, this game does have its good music, even though we don't necessarily listen to it too much. My favorite is this one. It's very chill. This is like this game's aquatic ambience. Dire Dogs, anyone? Oh, you were checking Pokemon Unite? I mean, if you like MOBA or League of Legends, then it looks fun. Wait, Gabriel did a not good thing? What happened, man? I'm even changing the music now because it's drama time. Do you have a... There we go, a horror mystery style. No, we haven't finished the level. I was just showing Ultra some music in here. Actually, oh, by the way, this is also another one of my favorites. It's the beat from earlier. I love this. You know that meme of like Jim Carrey and his friends in a car with "What is love?" and then they are like this in the car. I can see myself with a GIF like that, like this with this song playing for the whole eternity. Because that's how much I love this song. I can listen to it forever on repeat. What? You sent audios to an ex of yours? Wait, what? Uh, you know what? If you really regret what you did, just ban the person or block the person, think that nothing has happened, and that's it. Like, forget what you did. There is no problem about it. Like, as long as you don't want to talk to the person after what you did, then who cares? But that doesn't mean you need to answer or keep it talking. Like, just, block it again, go do something else. If that's not what you feel like doing, then don't go for it. The problem is not like doing something that it's wrong. The problem is continuing the wrong thing you did. So if that's not what you feel like doing in the next second, you stop. If she wants to talk or if she wants to answer that, and you don't want to listen to it, ignore it, move on, let it be, and that's it. Great link to save for later? Wait, is that one of the tracks or what is that? Or maybe it is related to what Gabriel did, right? Let me... Is this... Oh, this was never open? Come on. Yes, I need another food plaza in here. You're more like ashamed of what you sent, but nothing lost, nothing gained. Yeah, don't mind it that much, man. 8-bit music, the original techno tunes. Man, techno is good. It's not what I listen to today, like, I don't listen to it anymore that much, but... Oh my god, look at the trash in here. Techno is good. Also minimal techno. Yes, I definitely need more handyman. But I also need to be careful because I still don't have a second coaster, so I need to save on my expenses in here. But I was going to build an underground tunnel so it can connect to the rest of the park. What are the levels in here? 8 and 9, right? Okay, so first of all, you need to exit this mountain. There we go, and then you connect to the rest. Great, that was easier than what I thought. Is there a way for me to camouflage this? I think I don't have a way to camouflage that. But it's not too bad. So I guess I will keep it. I could go for another ride right there, but I'm not sure which one. I don't have a slide, right? Or do I have a slide? I don't. It could be a slide. Oh yeah, it should be... I mean, it doesn't need to because the swinging ship is not, but... I will keep the pattern, so I will raise the land. Oh, Ultras, are you still there? I forgot to say something or ask you something about Tetris. I was telling Victor that earlier. It's actually something bad, but I wonder if you have heard about it. Okay, there we go. Now we have our trio and gentle rides kinda all set with some exceptions. We're there. Ultras, I heard a crazy story about the game of Tetris that's very messed up, and I wonder if you have ever heard about this situation. Probably you have, I'm guessing, but did you know that one of the co-founders of the Tetris game, after seeing his company having some financial problems, and I also think that probably it happened because of something else too that I'm not sure of what, but this one co-founder, he murdered his family and killed himself. So I was watching a video, if not yesterday, one of the past days, that was revealing this dark truth to the Tetris game. And I wonder if you have ever heard about that story. It's because this guy that committed suicide and murdered his family, he kind of stayed in the business of the company he created with the other guy that created Tetris. But the second guy, he kind of created a third company and went for it, or like he went on another project, and then he had more success on that other project. But this one guy that stayed on the same company, I don't know what happened to him, but financial problems could be one reason why. He had this tragic ending. You have never heard of that? Okay, it is not that like surprising, but I was curious because you do know some details about Tetris, but most of like the speedrun universe, of course, But yeah, man, it seems that there is some crazy things that happen to people that develop Tetris. I mean, at least this one guy. And I was watching that video yesterday, or like very recently. I think it was yesterday. Oh, okay, so you watched a video about the history of Tetris? They did not mention that? The video I watched was by a YouTuber called The Gamer from Mars. He actually does that sort of video. It's a channel about mysterious crimes and weird things that can happen on YouTube or I don't know on games or media in general. But most of them are mysteries towards YouTube, you know, like what happened to this YouTuber or the YouTuber that had a tragic life or something. And then he, out of nowhere, threw that video of this history of Tetris. So if you're curious, try checking that out because I thought it was kind of crazy that, like, you didn't know about it. I also have never heard of it before, but I kind of do believe on this YouTuber, so I think it is something that really happened. Actually, when I googled it, it does show your result. So yeah, it did happen, but nobody really knows about it. But as I know you like Tetris, I just wanted to give you that dark fact of Tetris because I don't know, it surprised me. I kind of had some, or I kind of had small hopes you could have heard of it, but it's okay. And then I was telling Victor because Victor has been playing Tetris a lot too. But guys, I think I will save it in here because I completed the gentle and thrill rides I wanted. And we got to 3,000 of profit from ride tickets. 7,000 more left, but if I really were in a rush, I could just add coasters and that would be it. But we continue decorating the park and coming up with crazy ideas. We could go for a volcano, I like that idea of a volcano a lot. Volcanoes make me miss Wii Sports Resort and their Woohoo Island. I miss that game so much. We could go for more water rides too. I have jet skis. I could go for a river ride instead of the raft ride. I also don't have the boat hire, do I? Yes, I don't have even the boat hire. We can go for those things as well. So let me save the game. Let me actually close the game too because from the game to the stream it sometimes takes some minutes for me to make the change. Not minutes, but like a little bit. Okay, there we go. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. We'll be continuing that level on next Saturday. And tomorrow we'll be back to Digimon World. Like I was telling people that were asking about Digimon World today, can't promise a lot of progression tomorrow because we are on a low moment of the game, or we got to a somewhat not very eventful cycle. Hope we get better luck on the next cycle. But I will still be trying to find an item or I don't know, get some help from the remote Gemon or something. Dids Live, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, actually I got a raid, but I was finishing the stream right now. But thank you so much for the follow. I'm so sorry that I just closed the game that I was playing. Man, I'm guessing you raided me because I was playing RollerCoaster Tycoon. Yes, I was going on a very creative course right now, on a also very weird looking level. But I just closed it, man. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much for the raid. And were you also playing RollerCoaster Tycoon? But yeah, tomorrow it's Digimon Day. I know, right? Wait, were you responsible for that, Electro? I mean, I could open the game again just to show him the level if he's curious, but Yeah, it was a little bit of a poor timing, right? But it's okay, it happens, and I appreciate the effort at least. But also, it's been a long roller coaster tycoon stream. Like it's been 5 hours, so it's, let's say, where we normally stop when we go for a longer stream. Oh, you guys were playing together. You guys were playing multiplayer scenarios, and I'm guessing you were playing for the roller coaster tycoon 2 levels. So probably I wouldn't know which one you were playing, right? Or were you by any chance playing one of the OG levels of the first games? There is a new Venom trailer. Are you excited? This will be the first Marvel movie you will ever go see. All I know about this new Venom movie is that they are also going for the Carnage character, right? But honestly, I'm not that excited for it. But from your reaction, I'm guessing it's looking good. So you do was playing the OG levels, Ivory Towers. I remember that. It's the one with all the vandalism. Yeah, I was actually thinking on a different level by the name, but wait a minute, Ivory Towers. I'm thinking on some options on my brain right now, but it definitely sounds familiar, and then I definitely have played it before, and the vandalism part also sounds familiar. You guys are going through the Roller Coaster 1 Tycoon Vanilla levels. And you got, oh yeah, Lightning Peaks, I believe is the one that I was thinking first, because if I'm not mistaken, it's one that has a chairlift that goes like to the top of a mountain. It's the one that starts with a chairlift, right? And then it's like a big hill, isn't it? I can be wrong because it's been forever since I played those levels, but that's the idea I still have from that. So hopefully I'm somewhat right. You're going to watch a Marvel movie when there is a Carnage movie. Oh, okay, so you're going there for the Carnage, not for Venom, which is actually very good because I believe Carnage is a somewhat popular character, but he never really got that attention. So it's finally his time, right? But I don't know. I'm still not hyped for those movies. Maybe I should give a shot to the first Venom movie, even though I have heard different opinions about it. But I do like the Spider-Man universe, so I don't know why am I not checking those movies out. He just said that he has watched it now. Is there a second trailer? Yeah, Ultras has just watched the newest trailer that was out, I believe, today or something. And then now he's super excited. But Ultras, have you seen? No, you haven't watched the first movie because this is the first movie you're going to watch it on the movies of Marvel, right? I saw a few Maximum Carnage references in the movie too. Although Gabriel is not a fan of Carnage, I don't know much about him, but I think that also thanks to his name, he is a little bit more messed up than the other villains. And in my opinion, that could be actually interesting because it means more drama, it means more impactful things. And I do like that. But I also don't know much about him. But yeah, after people were criticizing the first Venom movie that much, I kind of lost my hype for it, and then I don't know, I eventually did not look for it. But I should consider. Electro likes the idea of Carnage. Venom was a symbiote controlling a normal guy, and then Carnage is just the thing, right? Or am I wrong? Oh, never mind. It is actually the symbiote controlling another person, but it's actually a serial killer. So that explains why uh, he is more dangerous. I hope that he does show that danger in the movie because if they're going for that direction, then please give us some shocking and crazy deaths, right? Otherwise, people will be disappointed if like, oh, look at that, Carnage is not killing people or not like killing somebody that would be impactful in the Spider Verse or like into Spider Man's life. He's good looking, like visually stunning in the comics, but as the movie will not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And by the way, I was surprised to know that Deadpool was rated R. I had no idea about that. But you don't have high expectations. Now I'm also losing it because I was hoping for more deaths or more impact. Is his name Tom Hardy? Woody Harrison will be good, but he's not a very deep of a character. Then again, it's better to have low expectations like you, so you can be surprised. That's a good way to see it. For example, right now, after hearing that the first Venom movie is not that great, my expectations are low. So maybe if I give it a shot, I can be somewhat surprised and see it's not that bad, you know? Or maybe I can just see that it is that bad and then I was wasting my time watching it. But you guys are making me reconsider if I should go back to those movies or not. I even need to watch that one that was definitely good from what people say. The animated Spider-Verse one, I still haven't watched that. I should consider checking that one out at least. But guys, we talk again tomorrow then. I'm going to finish it in here. So thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the raid, although I kind of finished the game just like the minute before. It happens though. And I talk to you guys again. And have a great night. Take care. And goodbye.